Welcome to English Without Limit, your trusted space to transform the way you listen, speak, and think in English. I'm Julia, and before we jump into today's immersive learning experience, make sure you subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you never miss a chance to grow your skills. Every day, I'm here to help you understand English more naturally and confidently through powerful listening practice, smart examples, and real-life phrases you can use immediately. And if you find today's lesson helpful, remember to like and share the video so more learners just like you can join our community and learn faster. Now, let's begin. Today's lesson is built around a powerful idea. The more your ears get used to the structure, rhythm, and sound patterns of English, the faster you become fluent. One of the best ways to train your brain to recognize these patterns is by working with homophones, homonyms, and words that sound alike but have different meanings. These words challenge your listening skills, strengthen your pronunciation, and sharpen your speaking accuracy. In everyday conversations, native speakers use them constantly, sometimes without realizing how confusing they can be for learners. But in this lesson, we'll break them down in a way that is simple, clear, and deeply memorable, so you can understand them instantly and never mix them up again. Imagine this. You're listening to someone speak in English, and you hear the word right. It could mean correct. It could mean the opposite of left. It could even mean a legal claim. Without understanding context, you feel lost. But once your brain becomes more sensitive to sound patterns and logical clues, everything becomes easier. That's exactly what we're going to train today. You will improve your listening skills, reinforce your speaking skills, and absorb natural English through long, continuous examples that simulate real conversations. This is not just a lesson, it's a complete listening workout designed to stretch your English muscles and help you grow. Let's set the stage with a clear purpose. As you listen, your job is not just to understand individual words, but to feel the flow of meaning through entire sentences. Fluent speakers don't think in isolated vocabulary, they think in groups of words and ideas. That's why this lesson gives you long, natural examples full of context. Your brain will start recognizing patterns on its own. You won't need to translate anymore. You will simply understand. Now, as we begin working with words that sound the same, let your ears relax and simply follow the rhythm. No pressure, no stress, just natural exposure. The more you listen, the more your brain adapts. Let's begin with a warm-up story designed to introduce some of these tricky words in a gentle, engaging way. Imagine a young traveler named Aaron who is visiting a small coastal town for the first time. He arrives early in the morning, just as the sun begins to rise above the horizon. The air is cool, the sky is soft, and a peaceful breeze touches the surface of the sea. Aaron isn't here for a vacation. He's here to improve his English. He's heard that this small town is famous for its friendly locals and calm environment, perfect for learning. On his first day, Aaron decides to take a walk to explore the area. As he walks along a narrow path leading to the beach, he notices a sign. It reads, "Please be patient, road repairs ahead." The word patient catches his attention. Is it someone waiting calmly or someone receiving medical care? Both meanings are correct, but in this moment, he understands the sign means to wait calmly. It's a small detail, but it reminds him how curious English can be. Aaron continues walking and soon meets an older man sitting on a bench overlooking the water. The man smiles and says, "You look new around here. Are you enjoying the morning air?" Aaron nods and replies, "Yes, it's peaceful here." The old man chuckles. "Peaceful, yes, but sometimes people confuse peace with peace." He picks up a small stone from the ground. "This is a piece of rock," he says, "but the quiet around us is peace." Aaron laughs. He knows these words, but hearing them used naturally helps him understand them more deeply. The man introduces himself as Robert, a retired English teacher who loves talking to visitors. Aaron feels lucky and decides to ask a question. "I want to improve my listening," he says. "Sometimes words sound the same and I get confused." Robert nods. "That's normal. Let me tell you a short story. Focus on the meaning. Don't get stuck on the sound." Robert begins his story. "Yesterday, I met a fisherman near the shore. He told me he needed to buy 2 nets, not 1, 2, the number. But then he said he wasn't sure he could afford them because the price was too high. Same sound, different meaning. And there's also the word to, which we use in a different way. When you hear them quickly in conversation, they sound identical, but the context gives them away." Aaron listens closely. The rhythm of the sentences, the rise and fall of the voice, and the direction of the story help him understand without effort. He realizes this is exactly the kind of practice he needs. Robert continues. "The fisherman told me he was going to meet his friend at the pier. His friend's name is Neil, but many learners confuse Neil with Kneel. Neil is a name. To kneel means to go down on your knees. A simple difference, but in daily conversation, they sound exactly the same. When people speak quickly, Robert says, you must follow the meaning, not the sound. That's the secret." Aaron reflects on this. It makes sense. He has always tried to capture every sound perfectly, but now he realizes the real skill is understanding the idea behind the sound. Robert sees Aaron thinking and smiles gently. "Let's continue walking. The more we observe the world around us, the more examples we'll find." As they walk along the beach, they pass a small cafe. A chalkboard outside reads, "Fresh coffee, morning sale." Robert points. Sale and sale. Same sound, different meaning. Here, sale means a discount, but when you sail, you travel across the sea. He gestures toward a small boat gently moving with the waves. That boat sails every afternoon. Aaron listens carefully, absorbing each example, feeling more confident with every step. The sun rises higher, lighting the surface of the water with a soft golden glow. They walk farther until they reach a wooden bridge stretching across a narrow stream. As they walk over it, Aaron hears the gentle sound of water flowing underneath. Robert stops and points down. Here's another example. The stream flows, but sometimes rain falls in heavy flows. The sound is similar, but the spelling is not. English loves doing this. Aaron smiles. "I think I'm starting to see it. When I listen, I should focus on meaning, not just the sound." "Exactly," Robert says. "And the more examples you hear, the stronger your skills become." They reach the other side of the bridge and come across a small open market just beginning to set up for the day. Vendors arrange baskets of fruit, vegetables, and handmade goods. One woman balances a wooden tray on her head. Another man ties rope around a stack of boxes. A young boy sweeps the ground. Everywhere Aaron looks, he sees movement, color, and life. And everywhere he listens, he hears English in action. A vendor greets them. "Would you like to buy some pears?" she asks, lifting a basket. Robert glances at Aaron. Pears and pears. Listen carefully. Pears are fruit. Pairs are sets of 2. Same sound, different meaning. English speakers expect you to understand through context. They continue walking, and as they do, Robert begins telling another flowing, continuous story filled with words that sound alike but are used naturally in context. Aaron listens, not trying to memorize, not trying to translate, just letting the meaning guide him. Slowly, everything becomes clearer. As Aaron moves deeper into the market, he begins noticing how words with similar sounds appear everywhere. Robert gestured toward a stall selling handmade baskets. "Look at these baskets, and notice the word brake on that bicycle shop sign nearby. Brake and brake. One is to stop a wheel. The other is to fracture something. Context is everything." Aaron nods in understanding. In English, Robert continues, the sounds might trick you, but the meaning always reveals itself. The more Aaron listens, the more instinctive it becomes. They continue along the street, and Robert begins weaving a story about a small bakery on the corner. Yesterday, he says, I bought a loaf of bread. Bread, of course, is food, but you know the word bread, the past tense of breed. The baker bred chickens in the back. Same sound, very different meaning. Aaron chuckles, realizing how playful English can be when words sound alike. He repeats the words quietly in his head. Bread, bread. Slowly, the differences begin to feel natural. The aroma of freshly baked bread fills the air. Aaron imagines biting into a warm slice, soft inside and crisp on the outside. Robert points to people nearby, offering more examples. See that man over there? He's waiting to pay his fare. Fare means the price to travel, like a bus ticket, but fair can also describe justice or balance. If someone fares well in life, it means things are going well for them. Aaron smiles, mentally connecting each word with its meaning and context. Each sound-alike pair becomes a small puzzle, and solving it feels satisfying. As they walk, Robert emphasizes how crucial context is for advanced listening. English is full of homophones, homonyms, and words with double meanings. The secret is not memorizing lists. The secret is exposure, immersion, and reflection. Every time you hear a sound and immediately know which meaning fits, your brain grows stronger. That's how fluent listeners are made. Aaron feels a sense of clarity. He realizes why he misses subtle meanings in conversations. He had been focusing on the sound without connecting it to meaning. Robert continues with another story, this one about a small theater in town. Yesterday, he says, I watched a play. The lead actor performed brilliantly, but during rehearsals, they use the word scene in two ways. Scene means a part of the play. Seen is the past participle of see. You can say, I have seen the scene before. The words sound the same, but the brain must link them to context. This is why listening practice with real sentences is more effective than memorizing vocabulary lists. Aaron thinks about this carefully. He realizes that learning English isn't just about memorizing definitions. It's about noticing patterns, linking sounds to ideas, and recognizing which meaning fits each situation. Robert smiles, as if reading his thoughts. Exactly, and that's why long, immersive listening sessions are the most powerful way to learn. The more your ear is exposed to subtle differences in sound and meaning, the more intuitive your understanding becomes. Soon, you won't need to think about translations. You'll simply understand. They pause by the theater, watching people walk past. Robert adds one final example. Even common words can confuse learners. Take principal and principal. Principal can mean the head of a school or the main amount of money. Principle refers to a rule or belief. When you hear these words, your brain must decide which meaning fits. By hearing this repeatedly, the mind builds the connection automatically. Aaron repeats the words quietly in his head. Principle, principle. Slowly, he begins to feel the subtle difference in meaning, even though they sound almost identical. Moving further down the street, they encounter a small bookstore. Julia gestures to the sign outside. Look at this. Read and read. One means to look at words on a page, the other is a type of tall grass. Sounds identical, yet context makes the meaning clear. In conversation, if someone says, I read yesterday, you know it's about reading books, not the plant. This distinction may seem small, but for fluent comprehension, these details matter greatly. Aaron nods. Realizing that English is both precise and playful, every sound carries multiple possibilities, and understanding depends on connecting sound to meaning. Julia pauses, looking at Aaron's expression. Now let's do something practical. Imagine you hear these sentences in a story. I saw a knight near the castle. The knight held a sword. It was a quiet night. The words night and night sound the same, but one is a warrior and the other is a time of day. Can you feel the difference? Your brain distinguishes them automatically through context, not by focusing on pronunciation alone. That's the skill you want to develop. Aaron repeats silently, night, night. The meaning feels clear now, almost effortless. They continue walking, and Julia begins using small exercises to build Aaron's listening confidence. Every time you encounter homophones or words with multiple meanings, pause and imagine the scene. Imagine the action, the objects, the emotion. This visual connection locks the meaning in your mind. For example, consider see and see. I see the sea. Context gives clarity, and soon your brain will automatically associate each sound with the correct meaning. This is the hidden power of immersive listening. Aaron feels encouraged. He notices that with every step, every example, his comprehension improves. His brain no longer hesitates when hearing confusing words. He begins to understand subtle shifts in meaning without effort. Julia notices the change. You're starting to catch the rhythm, listening to stories, observing context, and noticing natural speech patterns. It all adds up. Fluency is built gradually, and this is the most efficient path. As they approach the town square, Julia highlights another critical point: emotional nuance. Sometimes words not only sound alike, but carry emotional weight. For example, great and great. Great can refer to a metal frame over a fireplace or the action of shredding. Great expresses excellence or satisfaction in a story. He had a great day. The context tells you what's happening. Being able to pick up on these nuances is what separates advanced listeners from beginners. Aaron nods thoughtfully, realizing that learning these subtleties isn't about memorization. It's about consistent exposure. The brain starts noticing patterns naturally. The more I listen, the more confidence I feel. Julia smiles and gestures toward a fountain in the center of the square. Let's pause here and practice actively listening. I'll say a sentence, and your job is to identify the words that carry multiple meanings or sound like another. Ready? Aaron nods eagerly. Julia begins. Yesterday, I saw a hare running across the field at night. The knight guarding the castle smiled, knowing it was a peaceful scene. Aaron thinks for a moment. Hare divided by hare, night divided by night, scene divided by scene. He realizes that he successfully identified all the key sound-alike words. Exactly, Julia says. Your brain is now linking sounds to meanings in context. This is exactly how you internalize English without rote memorization. They sit by the fountain for a moment, reflecting. Notice how each example builds on the last, Julia continues. Listening to connected stories, noticing homophones in context, observing emotion and nuance. This is how natural fluency is formed. You don't need to memorize a dictionary. You need exposure, reflection, and repetition. That's the golden rule of advanced English listening. Aaron begins feeling a sense of confidence. He realizes that even tricky words no longer confuse him. By focusing on context, emotion, and meaning, he can understand and even anticipate usage. Julia notices and concludes, and this is just the beginning. Every day, listen to English in natural flow. Stories, conversations, podcasts. Pay attention to homophones, homonyms, and nuanced vocabulary. Over time, your listening becomes effortless, your speaking more precise, and your confidence grows naturally. They continue their walk, and Aaron can already sense his improvement. Each step reinforces the connection between sound, meaning, and context. By the end of the morning, he feels immersed, confident, and motivated to continue learning in this natural, immersive way. As the morning unfolds, Aaron and Julia leave the town square and move toward a quiet park at the edge of the town. The soft rustling of leaves, distant bird songs, and occasional footsteps create a calm background. Immersion isn't just about stories. It's about experiencing English in context everywhere. Every sound you hear can teach you something, especially words that confuse learners because they sound alike. When you train your ear, your mind learns to pick the correct meaning almost automatically. They settle on a bench under a large oak tree. Julia begins a new set of examples focused on words that look different but sound the same. Listen carefully, she says. For instance, flour and flour. One grows in gardens, the other is used in baking. If someone says, I picked a flower while making bread with flour, your brain uses context to separate the meanings instantly. This is what fluent listeners do without thinking. Aaron repeats quietly in his mind, flour, flour. Slowly, each word acquires a distinct mental image, reinforcing both meaning and pronunciation. Julia continues, introducing more subtle differences. Consider break and break. Break is to fracture or pause. Break is to stop a wheel. Listen, the cyclist had to brake suddenly or he might break the fence. Context guides the meaning. The more you hear examples like this in natural flow, the more automatic your understanding becomes. Aaron nods, feeling how his ear is becoming sharper, more attuned to the nuances of English. Next, Julia introduces words with emotional nuance. English isn't just about correctness, it's about feeling. Mad can mean angry or crazy, depending on context. Furious is stronger. Irritated is lighter. Listen, she was mad about the news, but not furious, just irritated. Your brain starts learning not only meaning, but intensity. This is crucial for expressive, natural English. Aaron repeats the words internally, mad, furious, irritated. Each carries a slightly different emotional weight. He realizes that mastery isn't just comprehension, it's understanding, feeling, and tone. They continue walking along a winding path. Julia points to a small pond. Hear the words pale and pale. Pale describes color or lack of intensity. Pail is a bucket. Listen, the child filled the pail with water, but his face turned pale in the cold morning. Sound-alike words become easier to process with context. Your mind learns to differentiate automatically, just like native speakers. Aaron repeats quietly, pale, pale. The visual context helps solidify the meaning. Julia encourages Aaron to practice with active listening. Here's a little challenge. I'll give you a short paragraph, and you identify words that could confuse learners. Ready? Aaron nods. Julia begins. During the fair, the knight walked past a stall with pears and watched as a hare ran across the green field. The baker added flour to the dough while the sun set in the west, painting the night sky with vibrant colors. Aaron thinks for a moment. Night divided by night, hare divided by hare, pears divided by pears, flour divided by flour. He realizes that he successfully identified all the key sound-alike words. Exactly, Julia says. Your brain is now linking sounds to meanings in context. This is exactly how you internalize English without rote memorization. They sit by the fountain for a moment, reflecting. Notice how each example builds on the last, Julia continues. Listening to connected stories, noticing homophones and context, observing emotion and nuance. This is how natural fluency is formed. You don't need to memorize a dictionary. You need exposure, reflection, and repetition. That's the golden rule of advanced English listening. Aaron begins feeling a sense of confidence. He realizes that even tricky words no longer confuse him. By focusing on context, emotion, and meaning, he can understand and even anticipate usage. Julia notices and concludes, and this is just the beginning. Every day, listen to English in natural flow, stories, conversations, podcasts. Pay attention to homophones, homonyms, and nuanced vocabulary. Over time, your listening becomes effortless, your speaking more precise, and your confidence grows naturally. They continue their walk, and Aaron can already sense his improvement. Each step reinforces the connection between sound, meaning, and context. By the end of the morning, he feels immersed, confident, and motivated to continue learning in this natural, immersive way. As the morning unfolds, Aaron and Julia leave the town square and move toward a quiet park at the edge of the town. The soft rustling of leaves, distant bird songs, and occasional footsteps create a calm background. Julia explains, immersion isn't just about stories, it's about experiencing English in context everywhere. Every sound you hear can teach you something, especially words that confuse learners because they sound alike. When you train your ear, your mind learns to pick the correct meaning almost automatically. They settle on a bench under a large oak tree. Julia begins a new set of examples focused on words that look different but sound the same. Listen carefully, she says. For instance, flower and flower. One grows in gardens, the other is used in baking. If someone says, I picked a flower while making bread with flour, your brain uses context to separate the meanings instantly. This is what fluent listeners do without thinking. Aaron repeats quietly in his mind, flower, flower. Slowly, each word acquires a distinct mental image, reinforcing both meaning and pronunciation. Julia continues, introducing more subtle differences. Consider break and break. Break is to fracture or pause. Break is to stop a wheel. Listen, the cyclist had to brake suddenly or he might break the fence. Context guides the meaning. The more you hear examples like this in natural flow, the more automatic your understanding becomes. Aaron nods, feeling how his ear is becoming sharper, more attuned to the nuances of English. Next, Julia introduces words with emotional nuance. English isn't just about correctness, it's about feeling. Mad can mean angry or crazy depending on context. Furious is stronger. Irritated is lighter. Listen, she was mad about the news, but not furious, just irritated. Your brain starts learning not only meaning, but intensity. This is crucial for expressive, natural English. Aaron repeats the words internally, mad, furious, irritated. Each carries a slightly different emotional weight. He realizes that mastery isn't just comprehension, it's understanding, feeling, and tone. They continue walking along a winding path. Julia points to a small pond. Hear the words pale and pale. Pale describes color or lack of intensity. Pail is a bucket. Listen, the child filled the pail with water, but his face turned pale in the cold morning air. Sound-alike words become easier to process with context. Your mind learns to differentiate automatically, just like native speakers. Aaron repeats quietly, pale, pale. The visual context helps solidify the meaning. Julia encourages Aaron to practice with active listening. Here's a little challenge. I'll give you a short paragraph, and you identify words that could confuse learners. Ready? Aaron nods. Julia begins. During the fair, the knight walked past a stall with pears and watched as a hare ran quickly across the green field. The baker added flour to the dough while the sun set in the west, painting the night sky with vibrant colors. Aaron listened carefully, noticing night divided by night, hare divided by hare, pears divided by pears, flour divided by flour. He also recognized subtle contextual cues. Julia smiles. Excellent! Your brain is now filtering and linking meaning naturally. This is advanced listening practice in action. As they continue their walk, Julia introduces another layer, synonyms that change tone and precision. English isn't only about avoiding confusion, it's about expressing yourself with clarity and nuance. Instead of happy, you can say joyful, content, pleased, or delighted. Listen, I'm delighted you could join us today. See how it feels more refined than just happy? That's the power of synonyms. They don't just replace words, they shape tone, emotion, and style. Aaron practices mentally. He notices that subtle changes in word choice shift the meaning and impression of a sentence. He realizes that synonyms are tools, not just vocabulary. By adjusting them, he can communicate with precision and elegance. Julia continues, "Now consider the opposite words for sadness. Instead of sad, you could say upset, miserable, gloomy, or disappointed. Listen, he felt miserable after the long meeting. The sentence communicates depth and intensity beyond the basic word." Aaron absorbs the difference, hearing the emotional gradation in natural examples. Julia points out that exposure matters more than memorization. When you hear these variations repeatedly, your mind starts choosing the appropriate word naturally. This is how fluency develops. They reach a small hill overlooking the town. The view was calming, perfect for a reflective listening exercise. Julia gestures to the landscape. Notice how the words in this environment match the context. Birds chirp, leaves rustle, people chat. Everything has multiple layers of meaning. Listening to stories, noticing homophones, and recognizing synonyms, this is the immersive method. Aaron looks around, fully present, letting the natural sounds reinforce the lesson. Julia then introduces a practical strategy, active repetition. When you hear a word, mentally substitute it with a synonym. For example, big can be large, huge, or massive. Listen, that is a huge problem. That is a massive problem. Context and intensity shift slightly. This mental substitution trains your ear and expressive ability. Aaron repeats silently. Big, large, huge, massive. Slowly, each synonym begins to feel natural in context. Next, Julia focuses on action verbs. Instead of always using walk, you can say stroll, saunter, or march. Listen, he strolled through the park. She sauntered past the fountain. Each verb conveys not just action, but attitude and emotion. Advanced speakers use these variations to paint vivid pictures in the listener's mind. Aaron repeats stroll, saunter, march. The differences in nuance become clear with practice. Julia continues to introduce subtle listening challenges. Now, consider words with multiple functions. Bear can be an animal or mean to endure. Listen, the hiker saw a bear in the forest. She had to bear the weight of responsibility. Your brain learns to decode meaning automatically based on context. The more you practice, the faster this recognition becomes. Aaron repeats, bear, bear. Context makes all the difference. They pause under a large tree. Julia emphasizes reflection. Fluency isn't just about hearing words, it's about processing them naturally. Context, tone, emotion, and repetition. All these elements combine to form advanced listening skills. Every time you listen actively, your brain creates stronger neural connections. This is why consistent immersive practice is more effective than isolated study. Aaron feels encouraged, recognizing the importance of listening over memorization. Julia then introduces pairs of words that sound alike but carry slightly different meanings. Let's focus on pairs like accept and accept. Listen, I accept your apology. Everyone attended except John. Sound alone doesn't tell you the meaning, context does. Repeating these in natural sentences strengthens comprehension and speaking accuracy. Aaron repeats internally, accept, accept. He begins to notice patterns emerging automatically. Moving on, Julia introduces synonyms in daily conversation. When asking for help, you can say help, assist, or support. Listen, can you help me? Could you assist me with this task? I appreciate your support. Each phrase fits different contexts and conveys slightly different tones. Fluent speakers switch naturally depending on formality and relationship. Aaron repeats silently, help, assist, support. He recognizes the subtle shifts in meaning and tone. Julia gestures to a nearby cafe and introduces another listening exercise. I'll read sentences and you mentally note the synonyms. Don't overthink, just feel the meaning. The chef prepared a large meal for the guests. The chef prepared a massive meal for the guests. The chef prepared an enormous meal for the guests. Aaron notices the difference in intensity and formality. Exactly, Julia says. You're starting to hear nuance. That's a critical skill for advanced English. Finally, as the sun climbs higher in the park, Julia emphasizes active mental practice. Every day, choose sentences you use often. Mentally substitute synonyms. For example, I'm tired becomes I'm exhausted, I'm drained, or I feel worn out. Repetition like this makes words active in your memory. When you speak, these words flow naturally, not forced. Aaron repeats silently, tired, exhausted, drained, worn out. He feels the rhythm of English beginning to embed itself in his mind. As the afternoon sun casts long shadows across the park, Julia encourages Aaron to focus on descriptive vocabulary. Descriptive vocabulary is what brings stories, conversations, and ideas to life. Instead of saying beautiful, you can say stunning, gorgeous, lovely, or breathtaking. Listen, the sunset was breathtaking. The sunset was gorgeous. The sunset was lovely. Each word carries a slightly different emotional weight and tone. Aaron repeats stunning, gorgeous, lovely, breathtaking. He feels how the choice of words influences the imagery and impact of the sentence. Julia continues, even seemingly simple adjectives have layers. Instead of ugly, you can say unattractive, unpleasant, or rough-looking. Each conveys the idea in a slightly different way. Context and tone are everything. Listen, the chair was unattractive but functional. The room was unpleasant to enter. The sculpture was rough-looking yet intriguing. Each variation carries subtle meaning shifts, and fluent speakers use these choices to add sophistication to their speech. Aaron nods, noticing how small adjustments can create a richer impression. Walking along a shaded pathway, Julia transitions into verbs that express action with nuance. Instead of saying run, you can use sprint, dash, jog, or race. Listen, she sprinted to catch the bus. He dashed across the street. They jogged through the park. Each verb conveys speed, intensity, or intention. Similarly, for slower movement, stroll, wander, drift, or amble. Listen, she strolled along the riverbank. He wandered aimlessly through the garden. The boat drifted across the calm lake. Hearing these differences repeatedly helps your brain link action to emotion and intention naturally. Aaron repeats mentally, sprint, dash, jog, race, stroll, wander, drift, amble. Julia smiles, noticing Aaron's growing confidence. Now, let's explore words that express thinking and understanding. Instead of think, you can say ponder, consider, or reflect. Instead of understand, try comprehend, grasp, or fathom. Listen, I need time to ponder your proposal. She considered the idea carefully. I can't quite grasp the concept. These alternatives allow you to express nuance and sophistication. Over time, your brain begins to choose the most suitable word automatically. Aaron repeats ponder, consider, reflect, comprehend, grasp, fathom. Each feels increasingly natural. They stop by a small fountain where children are playing nearby. Julia introduces words that convey emotions subtly. For happiness, you have many options beyond happy, glad, cheerful, delighted, pleased. Listen, I'm glad you're here. She was cheerful at the party. He seemed delighted with the gift. I'm pleased with the results. Each synonym carries a distinct tone, gentle, bright, elegant, or polite. When you choose carefully, your English sounds natural and expressive. Aaron repeats mentally, glad, cheerful, delighted, pleased. For sadness, Julia continues, instead of sad, you can say upset, gloomy, miserable, or heartbroken. Listen, she felt upset after the conversation. The weather made him gloomy. He was miserable after losing the game. She seemed heartbroken when she heard the news. Each word expresses a specific intensity and emotional color. Your brain begins to recognize these differences naturally when you hear them in context. Aaron repeats silently, upset, gloomy, miserable, heartbroken. He starts to feel subtle emotional shades emerging in his listening. Moving forward, Julia focuses on words for expressing desire. Instead of want, you can desire, wish for, long for, or crave. Listen, I desire a quiet evening. She wished for a new opportunity. He longed for adventure. They craved excitement. Each synonym conveys a different intensity and emotional nuance. Listening repeatedly allows your mind to understand not just meaning, but emotional weight. Julia points to a nearby cafe window where people are talking softly. Now let's practice synonym substitution in context. Listen, the movie was good. Instead, try, the movie was excellent. The movie was outstanding. The movie was remarkable. Each option conveys a stronger positive impression. By hearing these variations repeatedly, your brain begins to recognize the hierarchy of meaning automatically. You don't force understanding, you absorb it. Aaron repeats mentally, good, excellent, outstanding, remarkable. Walking past the fountain, Julia introduces vocabulary for problem solving. Instead of solve, you can say resolve, address, tackle, or fix. Listen, she resolved the issue quickly. He addressed the problem carefully. They tackled the challenge with enthusiasm. I need to fix the broken part. Each verb conveys a slightly different approach, formality, or nuance. Advanced speakers use these distinctions to communicate intent more precisely. Aaron repeats silently. Resolve, address, tackle, fix. Next, Julia shifts to words that express movement and progress in life. Instead of saying move forward, you can use proceed, advance, continue, or head toward. Listen, we will proceed carefully. They advanced with determination. The project continues despite obstacles. She heads toward her goals with confidence. Subtle variations communicate pace, formality, and purpose. Listening repeatedly embeds these distinctions in your mind. Aaron repeats mentally. Proceed, advance, continue, head toward. Julia pauses, noticing Aaron's concentration. Now, let's bring everything together with a listening exercise that challenges both comprehension and nuance. Listen to this paragraph carefully and mentally note synonyms, homophones, and emotional intensity. The exhausted student trudged through the park, longing for the comfort of home. The massive oak tree offered shade as he contemplated his next move. He noticed the hare bounding across the field and the baker adding flour to the dough, marveling at the contrast between natural beauty and daily labor. Despite feeling drained and frustrated, he resolved to continue, hoping for a peaceful evening. Aaron listens carefully, identifying exhausted divided by tired, longing divided by desiring, massive divided by huge, noticed divided by saw, bounding divided by leaping, flour divided by flour, drained divided by tired, frustrated divided by annoyed, resolved divided by decided, continue divided by proceed, hoping divided by wishing. Each word choice subtly shifts meaning, intensity, and tone. By absorbing this continuously, your brain learns to differentiate automatically and select the most precise expression. They sit on a bench overlooking a small pond. Julia emphasizes real-life application. The ultimate goal is to internalize these words so that they flow naturally in conversation. Instead of thinking, which synonym should I use, your mind will select the correct one intuitively. Active listening combined with mental repetition and context observation is how native speakers acquire this skill. Aaron nods, understanding that fluency isn't forced, it's cultivated. Julia introduces another layer, expressing subtle differences in tone for everyday situations. Instead of saying nice, consider pleasant, enjoyable, agreeable, or delightful. Listen, we had a pleasant afternoon. The movie was enjoyable. It's agreeable to meet on Tuesday. She found the experience delightful. Each option conveys slight shifts in emotion and style. Over time, your brain internalizes these choices without conscious effort. Aaron repeats silently, pleasant, enjoyable, agreeable, delightful. Next, they practice speaking variations aloud. Julia says, try repeating these pairs naturally. Don't overthink. Feel the rhythm and tone. I'm worried about the result. I'm concerned about the outcome. She speaks in a subdued tone. The view was beautiful. The view was breathtaking. She solved the problem quickly. She resolved the issues swiftly. Notice how each synonym subtly shifts intensity, elegance, or tone. Your preference reveals your personal style. Aaron repeats the sentences mentally, feeling the flow of natural English. Julia encourages daily practice. Every day, pick one common sentence and expand it using synonyms. Say them slowly, naturally, and in conversation. For example, I'm happy, I'm delighted, I'm pleased, I'm glad, I'm overjoyed. Repetition like this reinforces listening, memory, and speaking simultaneously. Within months, your fluency will shift dramatically. Julia repeats the words internally, visualizing scenarios where she can apply them. Finally, Julia reflects on the broader goal. Advanced listening and vocabulary mastery isn't about memorization, it's about exposure, context, nuance, and intuition. Homophones, synonyms, descriptive verbs, and emotional adjectives are all tools that allow you to communicate naturally and confidently. The more you immerse yourself, the more this becomes automatic. You're not just learning words, you're internalizing a way of thinking and expressing yourself in English. Julia feels a sense of accomplishment. The long, immersive walk, the repeated listening exercises, and the mental practice have solidified her understanding. She realizes that fluency comes from consistent, intentional exposure and reflection, not shortcuts or cramming. Julia continues, fluency is a journey, not a destination. The more you listen deeply, practice consciously, and apply your knowledge, the more your English evolves naturally with precision, elegance, and confidence. As the sun begins to dip toward the horizon, casting warm, golden light across the park, Julia pauses near a quiet fountain, turning with a calm smile. Now that we've covered a wide range of vocabulary, synonyms, homophones, and emotional nuance, let's focus on a method that integrates everything: immersive storytelling and mental visualization. This is one of the most effective ways to internalize language naturally. Julia leans forward, attentive. When you listen to a story, or even a simple description, don't just hear the words, see them in your mind. For instance, instead of merely hearing, "The garden was beautiful," visualize a garden with every detail: the flowers, the sunlight, the sound of birds. Then swap synonyms in your mind. The garden was stunning. The garden was breathtaking. The garden was gorgeous. Notice how each word changes the mood and imagery. Your brain forms multiple pathways linking word, sound, and mental picture. They walk slowly along a path lined with blooming flowers. Julia gestures at the scene. Let's try another example with emotions. Imagine someone feeling joy. Instead of saying happy, try I'm thrilled, I'm ecstatic, I'm overjoyed, I'm delighted. Repeat silently and let each word carry its full feeling. Now imagine sadness. I'm upset, I'm heartbroken, I'm miserable, I'm gloomy. By associating words with vivid mental images and emotions, comprehension and recall dramatically improve. Julia repeats mentally: thrilled, ecstatic, overjoyed, delighted. upset, heartbroken, miserable, gloomy. She notices subtle differences in intensity and context between each word. Julia moves to a small wooden bridge overlooking a calm stream. Now let's explore action verbs and their emotional weight. For movement, instead of just walk, you can use stroll, saunter, stride, or march. Listen, she strolled through the park. He sauntered down the street. They strode confidently into the room. The soldiers marched in formation. Each verb carries energy, attitude, and intention. Julia repeats silently: stroll, saunter, stride, march. For faster actions, run, sprint, dash, race. Listen, she sprinted to catch the bus. He dashed across the street. They raced to the finish line. Each choice communicates speed and urgency differently. Fluent speakers select based on context and tone, not just meaning. Julia repeats mentally: run, sprint, dash, race. Next, she shifts focus to thinking and reasoning verbs. Instead of always using think, you can say ponder, consider, reflect, contemplate. For understanding, try grasp, comprehend, or fathom. Listen, I need to ponder your suggestion. She reflected on the lecture. I can't quite grasp the concept. He tried to comprehend the theory. Using varied verbs in your internal thoughts and external speech builds precision and sophistication. Aaron repeats mentally: desire, wish for, long for, crave. They pause at a small bench near a quiet pond. Julia emphasizes application in real life. Now imagine using these words in your daily conversations. Instead of saying, I'm happy with the result, you can choose, I'm delighted with the result, or I'm pleased with the outcome. Each choice communicates the same idea, but with a distinct tone. Over time, you'll naturally pick the right word without hesitation. This is the essence of fluency: intuitive selection, not memorization. Aaron nods, imagining scenarios where he could apply these words in conversation. Julia then introduces synonyms for importance and urgency. Instead of important, you can say significant, crucial, vital, or essential. Listen, this is a significant decision. It's crucial that we act quickly. Water is vital for life. The key points are essential to understand. Each synonym adjusts the intensity and formality of the message. Aaron repeats silently: significant, crucial, vital, essential. He begins to feel the subtle impact of word choice on meaning. Next, they explore words for problems and challenges. Instead of problem, you can use issue, challenge, obstacle, or difficulty. Listen, we faced a serious issue. This is a challenging task. An obstacle blocked our path. She encountered difficulty completing the project. Each synonym shifts perspectives slightly, allowing you to communicate more precisely. Fluent speakers select words based on nuance and context. Aaron repeats mentally: issue, challenge, obstacle, difficulty. Julia transitions to words for improvement and progress. Instead of improve, use enhance, develop, advance, or upgrade. Listen, we aim to enhance the system. The company continues to develop new strategies. She advanced her skills through practice. The software upgrade improved performance. Synonyms like these let you adjust tone, formality, and precision. Aaron repeats silently: enhance, develop, advance, upgrade. They move along a shaded path, and Julia introduces words for change. Instead of change, you can say modify, alter, adjust, shift, or transform. Listen, we need to modify our approach. He altered the schedule. They adjusted the settings. A shift in perspective helped her understand. The company transformed its operations. Each synonym communicates a different type or degree of change. Aaron repeats mentally: modify, alter, adjust, shift, transform. Julia emphasizes the importance of verbs describing motion. Instead of go, you can say proceed, advance, continue, or head toward. Listen, we will proceed carefully. They advanced toward the goal. The project continues despite obstacles. She headed toward her objectives. Each choice conveys purpose, formality, and tone. Aaron repeats silently, proceed, advance, continue, head toward. Next, Julia explores words expressing fear. Instead of scared, you can say afraid, frightened, terrified, or petrified. Listen, I'm afraid of heights. She was frightened by the sudden noise. He felt terrified during the storm. They were petrified by the movie. Hearing these variations repeatedly helps you intuitively grasp emotional intensity. Aaron repeats mentally, afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified. Julia then focuses on teaching and learning. So instead of teach, you can say instruct, educate, guide, or mentor. Listen, the teacher instructed the students. The program educates young learners. He guided them through the process. She mentored the intern for months. Similarly, instead of learn, use study, practice, absorb, or grasp. Listen, I study English daily. She practices her skills every day. He absorbs knowledge effortlessly. They grasp the concepts quickly. Each synonym adds depth and precision to communication. Aaron repeats silently, instruct, educate, guide, mentor, study, practice, absorb. Julia introduces words for explaining clearly. Instead of explain, use clarify, illustrate, describe, or outline. Listen, let me clarify the procedure. The teacher illustrated the idea with an example. He described the scene vividly. She outlined the plan step by step. Synonyms like these allow you to control tone and clarity, essential for effective communication. Aaron repeats mentally, clarify, illustrate, describe, outline. They pause, taking in the serene park surroundings. Julia concludes this section with a key insight. All of these words, synonyms, homophones, descriptive verbs, emotional adjectives, serve a single purpose, making your English richer, more precise, and more natural. Repeated listening, active reflection, and mental substitution turn passive vocabulary into active language. You'll begin to notice these words not just in lessons, but in podcasts, movies, conversations, and books. This is how deep learning happens. Aaron feels inspired and motivated to continue practicing consistently. As the afternoon deepens, Julia shifts the focus to practical, everyday application. Aaron, imagine the English you hear around you every day. Street signs, conversations, podcasts, advertisements. All of these are opportunities to train your ear, to notice patterns, to internalize synonyms and nuances. She gestures toward the path ahead, lined with trees swaying gently in the breeze. Immersive listening isn't passive, it's active observation. You don't need to translate every word. Instead, notice the sound, the rhythm, the tone. Let context guide your understanding. Over time, you'll naturally recognize homophones, synonyms, and subtleties automatically. Aaron walks in silence for a moment, letting the ambient sounds fill the space between words. Then, Julia introduces another set of challenging pairs. Listen carefully to these sentences. I can see the sea from here. She can't bear the weight. He had to bear the heavy load. Context determines meaning. Your brain starts building associations between sound and meaning. This is far more effective than memorizing lists of words. Aaron repeats mentally, sea divided by sea, bear divided by bear. He feels his mind sharpening, each sound creating a distinct image or action. Julia then moves to a discussion of intensity and emotion. Synonyms allow you to express subtle differences in feeling. Take tired, for example. You can say exhausted, drained, worn out, or fatigued. Listen, after the marathon, she was exhausted. He felt drained after the long day. I'm worn out from work. They were fatigued by the meeting. Each word communicates the same base idea, but with a different intensity or context. Using these consciously makes your English more expressive and precise. Aaron repeats silently, exhausted, drained, worn out, fatigued. Moving toward a quiet street lined with cafes, Julia continues with emotion words. Now let's examine words for anger. Instead of angry, use frustrated, irritated, furious, or enraged. Listen, I'm frustrated with the traffic. He's irritated by the noise. She was furious at the outcome. They were enraged by the unfair decision. Notice the gradation in intensity. Fluent speakers choose words that match the situation's emotional weight, not just the dictionary definition. Aaron repeats silently, frustrated, irritated, furious, enraged. Julia shifts to words for desire and aspiration. Instead of always want, you can say desire, wish for, long for, or crave. Listen, I desire a peaceful life. She wishes for adventure. He longs for freedom. They crave excitement. Subtle differences in word choice convey depth and intensity. The more you hear and mentally repeat these, the more intuitive your selection becomes. Aaron repeats silently, desire, wish for, long for, crave. They reach a small plaza with benches, and Julia emphasizes practical application in conversation. Aaron, take a common sentence like, I don't understand. Instead of repeating it, consider, I'm not sure I follow. That doesn't quite make sense to me. I might need a bit of clarification, or I'm not entirely convinced I grasped the point. Each version expresses the same core idea, but conveys tone, politeness, or nuance differently. Over time, these options will flow naturally in your speaking. Aaron repeats silently, feeling each version carry a slightly different emotional tone. Julia pauses at a shaded bench and speaks about descriptive adjectives. For appearance, instead of beautiful, try stunning, gorgeous, lovely, or breathtaking. Listen, the painting is stunning. The view is gorgeous. Her dress is lovely. The performance was breathtaking. Each word conveys slightly different intensity and style. For negative qualities, ugly can be replaced with unattractive, unappealing, rough-looking, or off-putting. This allows nuance and subtlety in expression. Julia repeats mentally, stunning, gorgeous, lovely, breathtaking, unattractive, unappealing, rough-looking, off-putting. She continues with strength and power adjectives. Instead of strong, you can say powerful, sturdy, solid, or resilient. Listen, the team is powerful. The table is sturdy. The foundation is solid. She is resilient after challenges. For weakness, fragile, delicate, feeble, or frail. Listen, the vase is fragile. The fabric is delicate. The plant is feeble. The old man seemed frail. Julia repeats silently, strong, powerful, sturdy, solid, resilient, fragile, delicate, frail. Moving to daily actions, she introduces subtle variations. Instead of help, you can say assist, support, or aid. Listen, I will assist you with the project. She supported him emotionally. They provided aid after the disaster. Each word suits a specific context, formal, emotional, or urgent. Julia repeats silently, help, assist, support, aid. For asking questions, instead of always ask, try inquire, request, or question. Listen, I'd like to inquire about the schedule. She requested clarification. He questioned the results. Choosing the correct synonym communicates formality, tone, and intention. Julia repeats mentally, ask, inquire, request, question. For explaining ideas, instead of say or tell, use express, state, inform, or clarify. Listen. He expressed his opinion clearly. She stated her position. They informed us of the changes. Let me clarify the instructions. Synonyms allow your language to feel more precise and sophisticated. Julia repeats silently. Say, tell, express, state, inform, clarify. They take a break, listening to words and distant conversation. Julia emphasizes emotional and situational context. For feelings, instead of tired, use exhausted, drained, worn out, or fatigued. For anger, frustrated, irritated, furious, or enraged. For fear, afraid, frightened, terrified, or petrified. For desire, wish, desire, long for, crave. For learning, study, practice, absorb, grasp. Repetition and context make these words second nature. Julia repeats mentally, feeling the growing palette of expressions in her mind. Next, she introduces situational practice. Let's practice transforming a simple sentence into richer alternatives using synonyms. Start with, she is smart. Listen, she is intelligent. She is brilliant. She is perceptive. She is insightful. She is sharp. Notice how each word subtly shifts the perception of the person. Julia repeats mentally, intelligent, brilliant, perceptive, insightful, sharp. Next, consider problem-solving sentences. Start with, she solved the problem quickly. Alternatives, she resolved the issue swiftly. She addressed the challenge promptly. She tackled the obstacle efficiently. Each synonym changes tone, formality, and nuance. Listening repeatedly embeds this knowledge into your natural speech. Julia repeats silently, solved, resolved, addressed, tackled. She emphasizes emotional intensity. Consider, I'm tired. Alternatives, I'm exhausted. I'm drained. I'm worn out. I'm fatigued. Basic is, I'm very tired, but the others convey varying intensity. Similarly, I'm angry. Alternatives, I'm frustrated. I'm irritated. I'm furious. I'm enraged. Fluent speakers intuitively select based on emotional nuance. Julia repeats silently, absorbing each level of intensity. Finally, she introduces time and speed variations. Instead of slow, use gradual, unhurried, measured, or steady. Listen, the change was gradual. His pace was unhurried. The approach was measured. Progress remained steady. For fast, rapid, swift, brisk, immediate. Listen, the decision was rapid. She responded swiftly. The pace was brisk. Immediate action was required. Subtle differences in timing and emphasis enhance clarity and style. Julia repeats mentally, slow, gradual, unhurried, measured, steady. Fast, rapid, swift, brisk, immediate. She pauses at the edge of the park. The key takeaway from today's journey is this. Synonyms, homophones, descriptive verbs, emotional adjectives, and nuanced expressions are all tools. The more you immerse yourself in listening, context, and repetition, the more natural your English becomes. Fluency is not memorization, it's internalization. It's about feeling the language, hearing the nuances, and selecting words instinctively. Julia smiles, feeling a sense of progress and clarity. Your goal now is to apply this every day. Listen actively to podcasts, conversations, movies, or audiobooks. Mentally substitute synonyms. Observe context, feel emotional weight, and repeat silently or aloud. Each day, your vocabulary grows, your comprehension deepens, and your English becomes not only correct, but elegant, expressive, and confident. This is how advanced listening and vocabulary mastery work seamlessly. As the evening settles in, The park grows quieter. Julia gestures toward a bench under a large oak tree. Now that you've absorbed a broad spectrum of vocabulary, synonyms, homophones, and nuanced expressions, it's time to focus on integration, the practice that turns passive listening into active mastery. This is where your English stops being a collection of words and becomes a living, flexible language. Julia sits, listening intently. She continues, integration begins with context. Each word has a specific tone, intensity, or formality. For example, consider the word happy. We've discussed glad, cheerful, delighted, and pleased. To integrate them, imagine real-life situations. I'm glad you came to my party. Warm, personal. She looked cheerful at the gathering, light and bright. I'm delighted by the news. Refined and formal. I was pleased with your performance. Polite, professional. Hearing and mentally placing these words in context helps you internalize their correct usage. Julia nods, visualizing each scenario vividly. She smiles. Next, we layer in homophones. English is full of words that sound alike but have different meanings. For example, flower and flower, or there, and there, or see and see. Don't just memorize definitions, listen for them in sentences. For instance, I saw a beautiful flower by the river versus I bought flour for baking. Hearing the pronunciation, rhythm, and sentence context trains your ear to naturally distinguish them. Julia repeats silently, flower, flower, there, see, see. She understands that this mental distinction is crucial. When you read, write, or speak, your brain automatically recalls which version fits the context. That's how fluent English speakers operate. They don't pause to think, they just know. Julia moves to a nearby fountain. Now let's focus on emotional adjectives again. Consider joy, ecstatic, thrilled, delighted, overjoyed. Instead of merely memorizing these, imagine short stories. She was ecstatic when she received the scholarship. He was thrilled to see his old friend. The child was delighted by the gift. They were overjoyed at the announcement. Notice how each synonym conveys depth, intensity, and context differently. Your brain begins to intuitively associate subtle emotional cues with words. They walk along a quiet path, the air filled with rustling leaves. Next, movement verbs for walking. Instead of walk, use stroll, saunter, stride, march. Each conveys different energy, mood, and intention. Imagine she strolled through the park, calm, relaxed. He sauntered down the street, carefree, casual. They strode confidently into the room, purposeful. The soldiers marched in formation, organized, authoritative. Practicing mental substitution enhances comprehension and speaking fluency. Julia repeats silently. Stroll, saunter, stride, march. For faster movement, run, sprint, dash, race. She imagines she sprinted to catch the bus, urgent. He dashed across the street, quick, action-focused. They raced to the finish line, competitive, energetic. Replacing basic words with more descriptive verbs bring language alive. Julia shifts to thought and reasoning verbs. Instead of always think, use ponder, consider, reflect, contemplate. I need to ponder your suggestion, deliberate. She reflected on the lecture, contemplative. For understanding, grasp, comprehend, fathom. I can't quite grasp the concept, confused, thoughtful. He tried to comprehend the theory, intellectual effort. Integrating these into your internal dialogue strengthens comprehension, recall, and articulation. Julia repeats silently, ponder, consider, reflect, contemplate, grasp, comprehend, fathom. She feels her mind linking thought and language, gradually thinking in English instead of translating. Next, she moves to descriptive adjectives for appearance: beautiful, stunning, gorgeous, breathtaking, lovely. Listen, the painting is stunning, dramatic. The view is gorgeous, strong visual. Her dress is lovely, gentle. The performance was breathtaking, intense, emotional. For negative descriptors, ugly, unattractive, unappealing, rough-looking, off-putting. Subtle shifts in tone, intensity, and formality matter. Choosing correctly elevates naturalness and authenticity. Julia repeats silently: beautiful, stunning, gorgeous, breathtaking, lovely, ugly, unattractive, unappealing, rough-looking, off-putting. She continues with strength and power adjectives: strong, powerful, sturdy, solid, resilient. Listen, the team is powerful, influence. The table is sturdy, reliable structure. The foundation is solid, stable. She is resilient, emotional recovery. For weakness, fragile, delicate, feeble, frail. Each word adds precision and subtlety. They stop at a small bridge overlooking the stream. Now, action verbs for daily interactions: help, assist, support, aid. I will assist you, polite, formal. She supported him, emotional. They provided aid, urgent. Asking questions: ask, inquire, request, question. I'd like to inquire about the schedule, formal. She requested clarification, polite. He questioned the results, critical. Explaining ideas: say, tell, express, state, inform, clarify. Variations allow nuanced, confident communication. Julia repeats mentally: help, assist, support, aid, ask, inquire, request, question, say, tell, express, state, inform, clarify. She understands that repetition with attention to context is key. Hearing words in real-life scenarios builds instinctive comprehension. She gestures to the quiet surroundings. Now, integrate daily practice routines. Choose one sentence you use often. Rewrite it using 3 to 5 synonyms. For example, I'm happy. Alternatives: I'm delighted, pleased, glad, overjoyed. Say them slowly, then naturally, then conversationally. This engages ear, mind, and mouth simultaneously. Repetition without pressure strengthens fluency. Julia repeats silently: I'm happy, I'm delighted, I'm pleased, I'm glad, I'm overjoyed. Do this every day. Choose sentences from conversations, emails, or thoughts. Swap synonyms, internalize emotional weight, and feel rhythm. Over time, your brain automatically selects the most natural word in every situation. She takes a deep breath. English has many homophones that confuse learners: accept and accept, affect and effect, compliment and compliment. Hear them in context. I accept your offer versus everyone was there except John. The medicine affects the patient versus the effect was immediate. She complimented his style versus the wine complements the dish. Repetition in context helps your ear and brain automatically sort these subtle differences. Julia repeats silently: accept, accept, affect, effect, compliment, and compliment. When you read, write, or speak, your mind recalls the correct spelling and meaning without hesitation. This is advanced listening and vocabulary working together. They move toward a quiet gazebo. As twilight deepens, advanced action verbs help nuance expression: start, begin, initiate, launch, commence, end, finish, complete, conclude, finalize, fix, repair, mend, restore, adjust, analyze, examine, evaluate, scrutinize, explain, clarify, illustrate, describe, outline. Feel the subtle tone and context of each verb. Integrate them mentally by creating small stories or examples. Your ear, mind, and mouth will absorb naturally. Julia repeats mentally. Begin, initiate, launch, commence, end, finish, complete, conclude, finalize, fix, repair, mend, restore, adjust, analyze, examine, evaluate, scrutinize, explain, clarify, illustrate, describe, outline. She concludes this phase. The final key is active imagination. Hear a word, visualize it, assign context, emotion, and scenario. When someone says, "The movie was incredible," your mind automatically considers synonyms: amazing, outstanding, unforgettable, phenomenal. Each provides a slightly different feeling and intensity. This develops intuition, rhythm, and flexibility, the hallmark of advanced English speakers. Julia nods, absorbing the cumulative effect of this immersive, repetitive, and context-based listening practice. Over time, listening, internal substitution, and mental visualization make your English instinctive. Words are no longer isolated. They are interconnected, expressive, and alive. Fluency is the sum of these layers: emotion, nuance, rhythm, and context. Master this, and you communicate effortlessly, naturally, and powerfully. Julia leans against the railing of the gazebo. Now that you've had a rich experience with synonyms, homophones, and nuanced vocabulary, it's time to connect everything into active practice. Passive listening is essential. It builds recognition, but active integration is where real mastery begins. This is where your mind starts selecting the right words instinctively rather than translating or searching. Julia nods. Let's take a simple daily expression, "I'm tired," a basic phrase but loaded with opportunity for variety. Instead, you could say, "I'm exhausted," strong and intense, emphasizing emotional fatigue. "I'm worn out," casual and conversational. "I'm fatigued," formal or technical. "I'm beat," informal, almost slang. Imagine these in different scenarios, at work, with friends, or informal communication. The right choice conveys tone, emotion, and social context. Julia repeats mentally: exhausted, drained, worn out, fatigued, beat. Notice how each variation subtly changes your identity as a speaker. You sound more nuanced, aware, and fluent. She gestures to a bench and sits. Next, let's explore phrases for expressing doubt or uncertainty. Instead of repeating, "I don't know," try, "I'm not sure," "I'm uncertain," "I can't say definitively," or "It's unclear to me." For professional or academic contexts, "I cannot confirm at the moment," or "Further investigation is required." Each version carries its own level of formality, confidence, and subtlety. Listening and mentally practicing these phrases builds instinctive fluency. Julia repeats silently, "I'm not sure," "I'm uncertain," "I can't say definitively," or "It's unclear to me," "I cannot confirm at the moment," "Further investigation is required." She stands and walks slowly, hands behind her back. Now let's shift to descriptive adjectives for experiences. Instead of good, try excellent, wonderful, superb, remarkable, exceptional. For negative experiences, instead of bad, use unpleasant, disappointing, dreadful, unfortunate, regrettable. Now layer in adverbs. They often modify intensity: extremely, very, fairly, somewhat, moderately. She was extremely pleased with the results: high intensity. He was fairly satisfied: mild. I felt somewhat disappointed: light, reflective. By combining adjectives and adverbs, your descriptions gain flexibility and precision. Julia nods, imagining multiple combinations: extremely pleased, fairly satisfied, somewhat disappointed. Next, verbs of communication: say, tell, inform, explain, describe, elaborate, express. Combine with nuance. He explained the procedure clearly, neutral. She elaborated on the theory, formal, precise. I expressed my concerns, personal, emotional. Listening to, repeating, and mentally contextualizing these verbs enhances speaking instincts. Julia repeats mentally, explained, elaborated, expressed, described. Integration works best with repetition in varied context. Your mind starts associating these words with situations naturally. You don't memorize, you internalize. They continue walking along the path. Now verbs of movement. For quick movement, dash, sprint, rush, race. For slow movement, stroll, wander, drift, meander. Each conveys energy, mood, and intention. Mental imagery strengthens comprehension. She dashed to the store. Urgent, short distance. He wandered through the forest. Relaxed, exploratory. Your brain begins automatic word selection during listening or speaking. Julia visualizes each scenario, repeating silently dash, sprint, rush, race, stroll, wander, drift, meander. Shift focus to action verbs for problem solving. Instead of fix, try repair, mend, restore, adjust. For mental or technical work, analyze, evaluate, examine, investigate. Communicating clearly becomes easier with varied verbs. I repaired the computer, technical. She mended the fence, practical. We analyzed the results, academic or professional. Each synonym conveys context, formality, and intensity. Julia repeats mentally, repair, mend, restore, adjust, analyze, evaluate, examine, investigate. She stops by a lantern, its soft light reflecting on the water. Now let's focus on emotions with precision. Instead of angry, use irritated, annoyed, frustrated, furious, enraged. Consider slight differences. Annoyed, mild, short-term. Frustrated, emotional, ongoing. Furious, strong. Enraged, extreme, almost paralyzing. Listening to English in context, podcasts, conversations, movies, trains your brain to intuitively map intensity to situations. Julia repeats mentally, annoyed, irritated, frustrated, furious, enraged. The goal is to hear these in your mind so that when you feel these emotions, the words naturally come to your lips. She continues with fear. Instead of scared, consider afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified. Each represents intensity. Afraid, basic caution. Frightened, clear emotion. Terrified, strong fear. Petrified, extreme, almost paralyzing. Listening to English in context, podcasts, conversations, movies, trains your brain to intuitively map intensity to situations. Julia repeats mentally, annoyed, irritated, frustrated, furious, enraged. The goal is to hear these in your mind so that when you feel these emotions, the words naturally come to your lips. She continues with fear. Instead of scared, consider afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified. Each represents intensity. Afraid, basic caution. Frightened, clear emotion. Terrified, strong fear. Petrified, extreme, almost paralyzing. Listening to English in context, podcasts, conversations, movies, trains your brain to intuitively map intensity to situations. Julia repeats mentally, annoyed, irritated, frustrated, furious, enraged. The goal is to hear these in your mind so that when you feel these emotions, the words naturally come to your lips. She continues with fear. Instead of scared, consider afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified. Each represents intensity. Afraid, basic caution. Frightened, clear emotion. Terrified, strong fear. Petrified, extreme, almost paralyzing. Listening to English in context, podcasts, conversations, movies, trains your brain to intuitively map intensity to situations. Julia repeats mentally, annoyed, irritated, frustrated, furious, enraged. The goal is to hear these in your mind so that when you feel these emotions, the words naturally come to your lips. She continues with fear. Instead of scared, consider afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified. Each represents intensity. Afraid, basic caution. Frightened, clear emotion. Terrified, strong fear. Petrified, extreme, almost paralyzing. Listening to English in context, podcasts, conversations, movies, trains your brain to intuitively map intensity to situations. Julia repeats mentally, annoyed, irritated, frustrated, furious, enraged. The goal is to hear these in your mind so that when you feel these emotions, the words naturally come to your lips. She continues with fear. Instead of scared, consider afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified. Each represents intensity. Afraid, basic caution. Frightened, clear emotion. Terrified, strong fear. Petrified, extreme, almost paralyzing. Listening to English in context, podcasts, conversations, movies, trains your brain to intuitively map intensity to situations. Julia repeats mentally, annoyed, irritated, frustrated, furious, enraged. The goal is to hear these in your mind so that when you feel these emotions, the words naturally come to your lips. She continues with fear. Instead of scared, consider afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified. Each represents intensity. Afraid, basic caution. Frightened, clear emotion. Terrified, strong fear. Petrified, extreme, almost paralyzing. Listening to English in context, podcasts, conversations, movies, trains your brain to intuitively map intensity to situations. Julia repeats mentally, annoyed, irritated, frustrated, furious, enraged. The goal is to hear these in your mind so that when you feel these emotions, the words naturally come to your lips. She continues with fear. Instead of scared, consider afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified. Each represents intensity. Afraid, basic caution. Frightened, clear emotion. Terrified, strong fear. Petrified, extreme, almost paralyzing. Listening to English in context, podcasts, conversations, movies, trains your brain to intuitively map intensity to situations. Julia repeats mentally, annoyed, irritated, frustrated, furious, enraged. The goal is to hear these in your mind so that when you feel these emotions, the words naturally come to your lips. She continues with fear. Instead of scared, consider afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified. Each represents intensity. Afraid, basic caution. Frightened, clear emotion. Terrified, strong fear. Petrified, extreme, almost paralyzing. Listening to English in context, podcasts, conversations, movies, trains your brain to intuitively map intensity to situations. Julia repeats mentally, annoyed, irritated, frustrated, furious, enraged. The goal is to hear these in your mind so that when you feel these emotions, the words naturally come to your lips. She continues with fear. Instead of scared, consider afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified. Each represents intensity. Afraid, basic caution. Frightened, clear emotion. terrified, strong fear, petrified, extreme, almost paralyzing. Listening to English in context, podcasts, conversations, movies, trains your brain to intuitively map intensity to situations. Julia repeats mentally: afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified. This is the hallmark of advanced listening. You feel the emotional weight before selecting the word. She walks toward a quiet fountain. Next, desire and intention verbs. Instead of want, use desire, crave, wish for, long for. Each conveys nuance. Desire, strong, deliberate. Crave, intense, almost physical. Wish for, gentle. Long for, emotional, yearning. For needs, require, depend on, demand. Each choice subtly shapes tone and impression. Julia repeats mentally: desire, crave, wish for, long for, require, depend on, demand. She gestures toward the open sky. Now, learning and understanding verbs. Instead of learn, say study, absorb, grasp, internalize. Instead of teach, instruct, educate, guide, mentor. Pair with context. I'm absorbing the lecture, intellectual. She guided me through the process, mentoring, personal. Using varied verbs conveys sophistication, clarity, and confidence. Julia repeats mentally: study, absorb, grasp, internalize, instruct, educate, guide, mentor. She pauses, letting the sound of the evening calm the mind. Finally, let's combine everything. Choose a simple sentence like I'm happy and create multiple variations. I'm delighted. I'm overjoyed. I'm thrilled. I feel ecstatic. Repeat aloud slowly, naturally, and conversationally. This exercise unites listening, speaking, and context awareness. Julia repeats aloud: I'm happy. I'm delighted. I'm overjoyed. I'm thrilled. I feel ecstatic. Do this daily with several sentences. Gradually, your vocabulary flows naturally. Your brain automatically chooses the most appropriate word, emotion, and intensity. Fluency evolves effortlessly. She steps back. The essence of advanced English listening and vocabulary mastery is immersion, context, and repetition. Words are not isolated. They are part of patterns, emotions, and rhythms. Integrating synonyms, homophones, adverbs, adjectives, verbs, and phrases through listening and imagination trains your mind to think and speak in English naturally. Julia breathes deeply, absorbing the layered instruction. Remember, fluency is a journey. Each day, even 15 to 20 minutes of focused listening, contextual visualization, and synonym practice builds your instinctive command of English. The more you integrate, the more effortless your communication becomes. Listening, repeating mentally, and speaking aloud are your keys to mastery. As we move deeper into this advanced stage of your English journey, the focus shifts from merely recognizing synonyms to cultivating instinctive fluency. This is where listening, visualization, and mental substitution converge. You've already internalized basic pairs like happy, delighted, pleased, sad, gloomy, miserable, and verbs such as assist, support, aid. Now we layer these into complex sentences and real-life scenarios, training your mind to make instant, natural choices. Julia nods attentively. Consider the phrase, I need help. Simple, yes, but rich in possibilities. Instead, imagine, I could use some assistance. I require support. I'd appreciate aid. Could you lend a hand? Each expression adjusts tone, formality, and subtle social cues. Speaking this way demonstrates sophistication without forcing vocabulary. It comes naturally when your ear and mind are trained. Julia repeats mentally, I could use some assistance. I require support. I'd appreciate aid. Could you lend a hand? Now, let's combine emotions and action in a sentence. I'm frustrated. Alternatives, I feel annoyed. I'm irritated by this. This is exasperating. I'm quite aggravated. Notice the subtle shifts in intensity and social nuance. Julia nods, repeating silently, I feel annoyed. I'm irritated by this. This is exasperating. I'm quite aggravated. She gestures to a quiet path lined with flowers. Next, let's focus on descriptive richness for appearance. Take the word beautiful. Instead, imagine lovely, gorgeous, stunning, breathtaking, radiant. Context matters. The sunset was breathtaking, dramatic, and intense. Her smile was radiant, warm, and personal. The garden looked gorgeous, vivid, aesthetic. Repeating these mentally and aloud builds instinctive precision in speaking. Now for negative descriptors. Ugly, unappealing, unattractive, rough-looking, off-putting. Apply them in sentences. The building looked unappealing, neutral. The design is rough-looking, slightly critical. Listening to these variations helps you convey subtle judgment without sounding blunt. Strength and energy verbs are next. Instead of run, use sprint, dash, race, hurry. Instead of walk, use stroll, wander, drift, meander. Combined with context, he sprinted to catch the bus, urgent. She meandered through the market, relaxed. Hearing these in sentences and imagining scenarios embeds them in memory far deeper than rote memorization. Movement isn't limited to physical action. Think of progress in life. Advance, proceed, continue, head toward. I'm advancing in my career, formal, goal-oriented. I'll proceed with my studies, structured. I continue learning, neutral, steady. I'm heading toward my goals, natural, conversational. Now let's explore emotional subtlety with desire. Instead of want, use desire, wish for, long for, crave. Each conveys intensity. I desire a promotion, strong, professional. I wish for peace, gentle, hopeful. I long for adventure, emotional, deep. I crave chocolate, intense, immediate. Your ear begins to distinguish emotion naturally. Let's layer in mental verbs. Think, consider, reflect, ponder, understand, grasp, comprehend, fathom. Contextual sentences. I need to ponder the proposal. Deliberate. She reflected on the lecture. Thoughtful. I can't quite grasp the theory. Struggling mentally. He comprehended the concept fully. Confident. Mental visualization creates a deep connection between word, meaning, and context. Describing progress and improvement is essential. Instead of improve, use enhance, develop, advance, upgrade. She enhanced her skills, intentional. The company developed new strategies, structured. He advanced in rank, formal, professional. We upgraded our systems, technical, precise. Change synonyms subtly. Change, alter, modify, adjust, transform. I altered my plan, small, deliberate. We modified the design, technical. She adjusted her approach, tactical. The project transformed the community, dramatic, impactful. Let's bring verbs and emotions together. Angry, annoyed, irritated, frustrated, furious, enraged, afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified, sad, upset, gloomy, miserable, heartbroken, happy, delighted, cheerful, overjoyed, ecstatic. Mentally place these in sentences. I was utterly delighted by the news. He felt petrified during the storm. She was heartbroken after the farewell. They were frustrated with the outcome. Each variation conveys precise emotional weight. She walks toward a lantern, casting a soft glow over the path. Finally, let's practice integration with full sentences and scenarios. Take a base sentence. She is smart. Synonym variations: intelligent, clever, bright, perceptive, insightful, sharp. Pair with context: she is intelligent, formal, academic. She is clever, creative, witty. She is bright, fresh, positive. She is perceptive, aware, sensitive. She is insightful, deep thinking. She is sharp, quick thinking. Visualize scenarios and repeat silently or aloud. This trains instinctive word selection and conversational fluency. For contrast, consider someone lacking understanding: foolish, silly, slow, ignorant. Apply context: he made a foolish choice, careless. That's a silly mistake, lighthearted. She is slow to grasp the concept, neutral, factual. He comprehended the concept fully, objective, factual. Differentiating meaning through subtle nuance is advanced English mastery. Integration also applies to listening. Imagine walking down a street. You hear, "The movie was incredible. The movie was outstanding. The movie was unforgettable." Mentally group these. All convey high praise with different intensity and emotion. Your brain naturally clusters synonyms and retrieves them effortlessly during speaking. The key is consistent exposure, mental visualization, and context-aware practice. This forms instinctive language patterns. The words become part of your mental library and flow naturally during conversation, reading, or writing. Daily routine strengthens this. Choose a simple, frequently used sentence. Rewrite it with 3 to 5 synonym variations and say them aloud slowly, naturally, and conversationally. For example, I'm happy, I'm delighted, I'm pleased, I'm overjoyed, I feel ecstatic. Or, I don't understand, I'm not sure I follow, that doesn't make sense to me, I might need clarification, I'm not entirely convinced I grasp the point. Repetition, mental visualization, and speaking aloud unite listening and active mastery. Advanced English mastery is an immersive, layered process. Listening alone builds recognition, but active substitution, visualization, and repetition create instinctive, natural fluency. Synonyms, homophones, emotional gradients, and nuanced verbs no longer are separate. They form an integrated, responsive system. Practice consistently, and English becomes effortless, expressive, and authentic. Now that we've immersed ourselves in synonyms, homophones, emotional nuance, and layered vocabulary, it's time to expand into advanced sentence patterns and conversational flexibility. This is where the English you know transforms into English you live, breathe, and instinctively use. Let's begin with expressing certainty and uncertainty. Simple sentences often sound flat, but nuanced alternatives elevate your communication. Instead of saying, "I know," consider, "I am certain," "I am confident," "I can assure you," or "I have no doubt." Each conveys certainty with varying levels of intensity. For uncertainty, instead of "I don't know," try, "I'm not entirely sure. It's unclear to me. I can't say definitively," or "further clarification is needed." Listening to and practicing these in different contexts trains your brain to instinctively select tone and precision. She gestures toward a bench under the soft glow of lanterns. Next, let's explore expressing frequency and intensity. Instead of always saying often, try frequently, regularly, repeatedly, habitually. Instead of sometimes, try occasionally, at times, sporadically, infrequently. He frequently visits the museum, structured, regular pattern. She sporadically checks her emails, irregular, casual. Subtle differences in adverbs enhance precision and naturalness. Now, let's layer in adjectives describing people's character. Instead of kind, use compassionate, thoughtful, considerate, benevolent, caring. Instead of rude, use impolite, disrespectful, offensive, inconsiderate, discourteous. Context is everything. He was incredibly compassionate, warm, deeply emotional. She acted disrespectfully, firm, objective. Mental practice of these words embeds them in natural speech patterns. Pair these with actions. Instead of helped, say assisted, supported, guided, aided, facilitated. She assisted her colleague with the project, professional and collaborative. He guided the new student through the process, mentoring, personal. Notice how verbs and adjectives together convey nuanced meaning. Let's practice expressing emotions through adjectives and verbs simultaneously. Consider happiness, delighted, overjoyed, thrilled, ecstatic, elated. Pair with verbs like felt, experienced, radiated, showed. She felt ecstatic about the promotion, emotionally vivid. He radiated delight during the ceremony, visually expressive. By combining words thoughtfully, your speech becomes rich and nuanced. Now, let's explore expressing disappointment and dissatisfaction. Instead of sad or upset, consider disheartened, discouraged, dismayed, dissatisfied, frustrated. Pair these with verbs like felt, became, appeared. She felt disheartened after the meeting, emotional, reflective. He became frustrated with the delay, dynamic, situational. Hearing these variations repeatedly trains instinctive selection of intensity and tone. Now, let's focus on describing physical sensations and conditions. Instead of tired, try exhausted, drained, fatigued, weary, worn out. Instead of cold, use chilly, freezing, frosty, frigid, brisk. I felt utterly exhausted after the hike. Intense, personal. The air was brisk this morning. Neutral, descriptive. Contextual application reinforces vocabulary retention. Consider words for expressing agreement and disagreement. Instead of always saying yes, try absolutely, certainly, definitely, I agree entirely, without a doubt. Instead of no, try I'm afraid not quite, I disagree, that's not accurate, unfortunately not. Each choice shapes tone and social interaction, casual, formal, emotional, or neutral. Next, let's layer in descriptive words for quality and evaluation. Instead of good, use excellent, superb, remarkable, outstanding, exceptional. Instead of bad, use poor, inadequate, substandard, unsatisfactory, disappointing. The work was exceptional, formal, praising. The service was unsatisfactory, formal, critical. Listening to and mentally repeating these words alongside context creates instinctive understanding. Integration of synonyms, homophones, adverbs, adjectives, and verbs is only effective when practiced in layered, contextualized scenarios. Let's practice situational sentences. Instead of I'm happy with the result, say I'm delighted with the outcome, I'm thrilled about the achievement, or I feel ecstatic regarding the success. For negative emotions, instead of I'm upset, try I feel disheartened by the decision, I'm frustrated with the outcome, I'm dissatisfied with the process. Repetition in context builds flexibility, tone awareness, and expressive fluency. Now, let's incorporate verbs of thinking and reasoning. Instead of think, say reflect, ponder, consider, deliberate, analyze. Instead of understand, say grasp, comprehend, fathom, interpret, internalize. Pair with scenarios. I need to deliberate before making a decision. Formal, thoughtful. She reflected on the lecture. Personal, contemplative. He comprehended the technical details. Precise, confident. Hearing these repeatedly embeds instinctive usage. Finally, let's practice expressing change and movement. Instead of change, try modify, adjust, alter, transform, evolve. Instead of move, use proceed, advance, progress, head toward, continue. We transformed our approach, dramatic, intentional. He progressed steadily through the curriculum, neutral, professional. I adjusted my schedule, practical, situational. Listening to and visualizing these sentences links words, context, and emotion for natural speech. The secret of advanced English fluency is immersive repetition, contextualized visualization, and mental substitution. Synonyms are tools, but their power emerges when layered, contextualized, and practiced consistently. Listening without pressure, repeating mentally, and speaking aloud in scenarios cultivates instinctive fluency. Your vocabulary ceases to be isolated. It becomes responsive, expressive, and natural. By integrating emotion, nuance, tone, and context with synonyms, homophones, and descriptive verbs, you achieve a level of fluency that is not learned, it's lived. Every sentence, every choice, every variation contributes to expressive, confident, and authentic communication. Your mind now has a library of words ready for effortless, instinctive use. As we enter the final stages of advanced vocabulary and listening immersion, it's time to focus on refinement, subtlety, context, and emotional resonance. You already have a vast array of synonyms, descriptive adjectives, adverbs, and verbs in your mental library. Now we focus on mastery, choosing the precise word, tone, and rhythm for every scenario. Let's start with expressing certainty in professional settings. Instead of saying, "I think this is right," try, "I'm confident this is correct. I firmly believe this is accurate. I can assure you this is reliable," or "I have no doubt regarding this conclusion." Each expression conveys different levels of assurance, formality, and credibility. Listening to these variations repeatedly trains instinctive, context-sensitive use. "I'm confident this is correct. I firmly believe this is accurate. I can assure you this is reliable," or "I have no doubt regarding this conclusion." Next, let's consider expressing uncertainty, which is equally important for nuance. Instead of "I don't know," use "I'm not entirely certain. It's difficult to say. I cannot confirm at this time," or "further information is required." Notice how each phrasing balances caution and clarity differently. The goal is to internalize these patterns so they become automatic in conversation. "I'm not entirely certain. It's difficult to say. I cannot confirm at this time. Further information is required." Now, let's focus on layering adverbs to express frequency and intensity. Instead of often, say frequently, regularly, repeatedly, habitually. Instead of sometimes, say occasionally, at times, sporadically, infrequently. Try combining these with actions. She frequently participates in meetings, structured, consistent. He sporadically checks emails, irregular, casual. Subtle differences in word choice enhance clarity and natural tone. Frequently, regularly, repeatedly, habitually, occasionally, at times, sporadically, infrequently. Adjectives describing character are essential for natural, expressive speech. Instead of always saying kind, try compassionate, thoughtful, considerate, benevolent, caring. For negative traits, replace rude with impolite, disrespectful, offensive, inconsiderate, discourteous. Example, he was incredibly considerate, warm, personal. She acted inconsiderately, firm, objective. Mentally pairing adjectives with scenarios strengthens instinctive word selection. Compassionate, thoughtful, considerate, benevolent, caring, impolite, disrespectful, offensive, inconsiderate, discourteous. Verbs of assistance provide variety in both professional and casual contexts. Instead of helped, try assisted, supported, guided, aided, facilitated. She facilitated the workshop, formal, professional. He guided the student through the process, mentoring, personal. Listening to and visualizing these actions repeatedly reinforces natural word retrieval. Assisted, supported, guided, aided, facilitated. Emotions are vital for expressive English. Happiness can be conveyed as delighted, overjoyed, thrilled, ecstatic, elated. Pair with verbs felt, experienced, radiated, showed. She felt ecstatic after the announcement, emotionally vivid. He radiated delight during the event. Visual expressive mental visualization enhances instinctive usage. Delighted, overjoyed, thrilled, ecstatic, elated, felt, experienced, radiated, showed. Disappointment and dissatisfaction should also be nuanced. Disheartened, discouraged, dismayed, dissatisfied, frustrated. Pair with verbs felt, became, appeared. She felt disheartened after the discussion. Reflective. He became frustrated with the process. Situational, dynamic. Repetition trains your brain to gauge intensity and social nuance. Disheartened, discouraged, dismayed, dissatisfied, frustrated, felt, became, appeared. Physical sensations and conditions: tired, exhausted, drained, fatigued, weary, worn out, cold, chilly, freezing, frosty, brisk. I was utterly exhausted after work. Intense. The morning air was brisk, neutral, descriptive. Hearing these repeatedly within context solidifies instinctive comprehension. Exhausted, drained, fatigued, weary, worn out, cold, chilly, freezing, frosty, brisk. Expressing agreement and disagreement adds conversational sophistication. Instead of always saying yes, try absolutely, certainly, definitely, I agree entirely, without a doubt. Instead of no, try I'm afraid not, not quite, I disagree, that's not accurate, unfortunately not. Using these appropriately shapes tone, formality, and subtle emotional signaling. Absolutely, certainly, definitely, I agree entirely, without a doubt. I'm afraid not, not quite, I disagree, that's not accurate, unfortunately not. Descriptive words for quality and evaluation: instead of good, use excellent, superb, remarkable, outstanding, exceptional. Instead of bad, use poor, inadequate, substandard, unsatisfactory, disappointing. The report was exceptional, formal praise. The service was unsatisfactory, formal critique. Listening, visualizing, and repeating in context develops instinctive precision. Excellent, superb, remarkable, outstanding, exceptional. Poor, inadequate, substandard, unsatisfactory, disappointing. Integration is key. Let's apply what we've learned in full sentences. Positive: I'm delighted with the outcome. I'm thrilled about the achievement. I feel ecstatic regarding the success. Negative: I feel disheartened by the decision. I'm frustrated with the outcome. I'm dissatisfied with the process. Repetition in context builds expressive flexibility, tone awareness, and instinctive fluency. I'm delighted with the outcome. I'm thrilled about the achievement. I feel ecstatic regarding the success. I feel disheartened by the decision. I'm frustrated with the outcome. I'm dissatisfied with the process. Mental verbs deserve attention. Think, reflect, ponder, consider, deliberate, analyze, understand, grasp, comprehend, fathom, interpret, internalize. I need to deliberate before deciding. Formal, thoughtful. She reflected on the lesson. Personal, contemplative. He comprehended the technical details. Precise, confident. Contextual repetition embeds these into instinctive speech patterns. Julia repeats silently. Reflect, ponder, consider, deliberate, analyze, grasp, comprehend, fathom, interpret, internalize. She gestures toward the water. Change and movement. Instead of change, try modify, adjust, alter, transform, evolve. Instead of move, use proceed, advance, progress, head toward, continue. We transformed our approach, dramatic, intentional. He progressed steadily, neutral, professional. I adjusted my schedule, practical. Repeated listening, visualization, and application link words, context, and emotion, fostering automatic selection. Julia repeats mentally: modify, adjust, alter, transform, evolve, proceed, advance, progress, head toward, continue. Fluency is not built in isolation. Immersive repetition, contextual visualization, and mental substitution create a responsive, expressive English system. Synonyms, homophones, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, and layered phrases integrate naturally. Practice daily. Apply consistently. Your English ceases to be studied. It becomes lived, expressive, and instinctive. Julia breathes slowly, absorbing the process. By combining emotional nuance, descriptive variety, verb precision, and contextual awareness, you reach true advanced fluency. Every word, every synonym, every variation becomes a tool in your expressive arsenal. You are now prepared to communicate confidently, authentically, and with subtle, natural control over tone and meaning. She pauses at the edge of the water, watching the gentle ripples reflect the soft glow of lanterns. Now that we've explored verbs, adjectives, adverbs, and synonyms in depth, let's move into advanced sentence structures and conversational nuance. Mastering English is not just about knowing words, it's about arranging them naturally, rhythmically, and expressively. When words flow in context, they become intuitive tools for communication rather than items to memorize. Julia nods, ready to absorb. Let's start with conditional sentences, which allow you to express possibility, probability, and hypothetical situations. Instead of the simple, if it rains, I will stay home, consider, should it rain, I will remain indoors. If rain occurs, I will stay inside. Were it to rain, I would stay at home. Each variation changes tone, formality, and stylistic impression. Listening to and mentally repeating these alternatives trains instinctive selection and delivery. Julia repeats silently. Should it rain, I will remain indoors. If rain occurs, I will stay inside. Were it to rain, I would stay at home. She gestures to the nearby bridge. Expressing possibility and probability. Instead of always saying maybe, try perhaps. It's possible that. There's a chance, potentially. Example, perhaps we will see a change. Formal, thoughtful. There's a chance the situation will improve. Practical, realistic. Mental practice of these expressions embeds flexibility for conversational contexts. Julia repeats mentally. Perhaps, it's possible that, there's a chance, potentially. Expressing preferences and opinions with subtlety. Instead of I like it, try I appreciate it. I enjoy it thoroughly. I find it delightful. It appeals to me. Instead of I don't like it, try I'm not particularly fond of it. It doesn't appeal to me. I'm indifferent to it. I find it unappealing. Contextual variation adds elegance and sophistication to your communication. Julia repeats silently. I appreciate it. I enjoy it thoroughly. I find it delightful. It appeals to me. I'm not particularly fond of it. It doesn't appeal to me. I'm indifferent to it. I find it unappealing. Expressions of comparison. Instead of better, try superior, more effective, preferable, more advantageous, more beneficial. Instead of worse, try inferior, less effective, disadvantageous, detrimental, suboptimal. Example, this solution is superior to the previous one, formal, precise. The alternative is less effective, neutral, evaluative. Contextual exposure helps internalize these naturally. Julia repeats silently. Superior, more effective, preferable, more advantageous, more beneficial, inferior, less effective, disadvantageous, detrimental, suboptimal. Time and sequence expressions. Instead of always saying first, second, finally, try initially, subsequently, afterward, ultimately, in conclusion. Example, initially we reviewed the data. Subsequently, we analyzed the trends. Ultimately, we formulated recommendations. Each phrase subtly elevates tone, adds rhythm, and creates natural flow in speech or writing. Julia repeats mentally, initially, subsequently, afterward, ultimately, in conclusion. Connectors for cause and effect. Instead of always using because, try since, as a result of, due to, owing to, considering that. Example, as a result of the delay, we had to adjust our schedule. Formal, clear. Owing to unforeseen circumstances, the meeting was postponed. Polished, professional. Regular mental rehearsal strengthens recall and fluid application. Julia repeats silently. Since, as a result of, due to, owing to, considering that. Contrast. Instead of always saying but, use however, nevertheless, on the other hand, although, despite that. Example, the project was challenging, nevertheless, we completed it successfully. Natural, elegant. Although the task was complex, the team succeeded. Structured, professional. Hearing variations repeatedly instills instinctive selection. Julia repeats mentally. However, nevertheless, on the other hand, although, despite that. She takes a deep breath. Let's explore expressing purpose and intention. Instead of to, try in order to, for the purpose of, so that, with the aim of, with the intention of. Example, we met in order to discuss strategy, formal. He trained with the aim of improving performance, precise, professional. These alternatives enrich natural expression. Julia repeats silently. In order to, for the purpose of, so that, with the aim of, with the intention of. She gestures toward the water. Let's practice expressing possibility in more advanced ways. Instead of might, try could, potentially, is likely to, may possibly to, has the potential to. Example, the project could potentially exceed expectations. Formal, cautious. This strategy is likely to succeed. Confident, measured. Repeated exposure trains your mind to select the most appropriate option effortlessly. Julia repeats mentally. Could, potentially, is likely to, may possibly to, has the potential to. Layering adjectives for intensity and emotion. Instead of very, try extremely, highly, exceptionally, remarkably, intensely. Example, she was extremely happy, emotional, expressive. He was exceptionally talented, professional, polished. Hearing and mentally practicing these alternatives enhances natural expressive skill. Julia repeats mentally, extremely, highly, exceptionally, remarkably, intensely. For negation and emphasis, instead of not, try hardly, barely, scarcely, in no way, under no circumstances. Example, he barely noticed the change, subtle, nuanced. Under no circumstances should this occur. Formal, authoritative. Mental repetition builds instinctive understanding of tone and strength. Expressions of agreement and disagreement with nuance. Instead of simple, I agree or I disagree, try I concur completely. I'm inclined to agree. I share your perspective. I cannot agree. I respectfully disagree. I see it differently. Example, I concur completely with your assessment. Formal, polished. I see it differently. Casual, thoughtful. Practicing these creates natural fluency in discussions. Julia repeats silently. I concur completely. I'm inclined to agree. I share your perspective. I cannot agree. I respectfully disagree. I see it differently. Expressions of desire and necessity. Instead of want, use desire, wish for, long for, crave, aspire to. Instead of need, use require, must have, depend on, necessitate. Example, she aspires to lead the team. Ambitious, professional. This task requires careful attention. Formal, precise. Hearing these repeatedly embeds instinctive usage. Julia repeats silently. Desire, wish for, long for, crave, aspire to, require, must have, depend on, necessitate. Finally, integrate all of these in practical, immersive exercises. Imagine real-life scenarios, attending a meeting, giving feedback, sharing an opinion, or expressing emotion. Instead of repetitive, simple phrases, layer in advanced alternatives, synonyms, adverbs, adjectives, connectors, and contextual verbs. Example, instead of I like the proposal, say I appreciate the proposal, I find the proposal compelling, the proposal appeals to me greatly. Notice how subtle word choice shifts tone, impression, and clarity. Julia repeats mentally. I appreciate the proposal, I find the proposal compelling, the proposal appeals to me greatly. Fluency emerges from consistent immersive exposure. Listening, mental rehearsal, visualization, and contextual application transform knowledge into instinctive skill. Each synonym, each alternative, each nuance strengthens your internal English framework. Your speech becomes fluid, expressive, and naturally adaptive. Julia breathes deeply, absorbing the lesson. By the end of this session, your brain has been immersed in advanced synonyms, sentence structures, emotional nuance, and situational alternatives. Practice daily, listen extensively, and integrate these layers consciously. Over time, your English is no longer learned, it is lived, flexible, and instinctively fluent. Your vocabulary, tone, and rhythm will reflect confidence, intelligence, and authenticity. She walks slowly along the garden path, the night air calm and still. Now we move into the art of expressing subtle emotions and attitudes through advanced synonyms and nuanced phrasing. This stage is where English shifts from functional to truly expressive. You've built a foundation of vocabulary and sentence structures. Now it's time to layer meaning, tone, and intent. Julia leans in, listening intently. Expressing surprise and astonishment. Instead of surprised, try amazed, astonished, astounded, flabbergasted, dumbfounded. Each carries a different intensity. Example, I was amazed by her presentation. Strong, positive reaction. I was flabbergasted by the news. Extreme, dramatic. Listening to these variations helps you gauge emotional weight and select words instinctively. Julia repeats silently. Amazed, astonished, astounded, flabbergasted, dumbfounded. For disappointment and regret, instead of I'm sorry or I regret, try remorseful, rueful, contrite, apologetic, repentant. Example, she felt remorseful about her mistake. Emotional depth. He was contrite after the misunderstanding. Formal, reflective. Practicing these phrases in context trains instinctive expression of nuanced emotion. Julia repeats silently. Remorseful, rueful, contrite, apologetic, repentant. Refining expressions of agreement and alignment with subtlety. Instead of I agree, consider I fully endorse that view. I'm aligned with your perspective. That resonates with me. I support your assessment. For polite disagreement, I see your point, but while I respect your opinion, I understand, however, I have a different perspective. Each phrase allows tactful, professional, nuanced communication. Julia repeats silently. I fully endorse that view. I'm aligned with your perspective. That resonates with me. I support your assessment. I see your point, but while I respect your opinion, I understand, however, I have a different perspective. Expressions of certainty and probability, instead of I think or maybe, try I'm confident that, there's a strong likelihood that, it appears that, I would venture to say it is probable that. Julia repeats silently. I'm confident that, there's a strong likelihood that, it appears that, I would venture to say it is probable that. Expressing intention or desire. Instead of I want, consider I hope to, I aspire to, I aim to, it is my goal to, I intend to. Julia repeats silently. I hope to, I aspire to, I aim to, it is my goal to, I intend to. Layer intensifiers for emotion and emphasis. Instead of very, use extremely, exceptionally, profoundly, remarkably, intensely. Instead of a lot, try significantly, substantially, greatly, enormously, considerably. Example, she was profoundly impressed, deep emotional impact. The results improved considerably, measurable, precise. Hearing these repeatedly reinforces instinctive word selection. Julia repeats silently. Extremely, exceptionally, profoundly, remarkably, intensely, significantly, substantially, greatly, enormously, considerably. Frequency and timing. Instead of often or sometimes, try frequently, regularly, repeatedly, habitually, occasionally, sporadically, infrequently. Example, she habitually reviews her notes, routine, structured. He occasionally attends workshops, irregular, occasional. Repetition makes distinctions intuitive. Julia repeats silently, frequently, regularly, repeatedly, habitually, occasionally, sporadically, infrequently. Speed and movement. Instead of quick, use rapid, swift, brisk, prompt, instantaneous. Instead of slow, try unhurried, leisurely, gradual, measured, deliberate. Example, the decision was made swiftly, efficient, professional. The process progressed gradually, steady, thoughtful. Julia repeats mentally. Rapid, swift, brisk, prompt, instantaneous, unhurried, leisurely, gradual, measured, deliberate. Refining language for size, magnitude, and intensity. Instead of big, use large, enormous, massive, substantial, considerable. Instead of small, try miniature, petite, compact, slight. Example, the building is massive, dramatic, descriptive. The device is compact, technical, precise. Contextual exposure strengthens intuitive understanding. Julia walks slowly along the garden path. For expressing evaluation and judgment, instead of always saying good or bad, consider excellent, superb, outstanding, remarkable, exceptional, poor, inadequate, substandard, unsatisfactory, disappointing. Example, the results were outstanding, positive, polished. The service was substandard, objective, evaluative. Mental rehearsal and contextual visualization make these phrases instinctive. Julia repeats silently. Excellent, superb, outstanding, remarkable, exceptional, poor, inadequate, substandard, unsatisfactory, disappointing. She gestures to the softly flowing water. Let's explore words for expressing challenge and difficulty. Instead of always saying hard or difficult, try challenging, demanding, formidable, arduous, taxing. Example, the assignment was formidable, formal, impactful. The journey was arduous, emotional, descriptive. Repetition helps embed intensity and context naturally. Julia repeats silently. Challenging, demanding, formidable, arduous, taxing. For expressing improvement and change, instead of always saying better or worse, try enhanced, refined, upgraded, improved, optimized, diminished, weakened, reduced, impaired, deteriorated. Example, her skills were enhanced through training. Positive, technical. The performance deteriorated over time. Neutral, analytical. Repetition solidifies instinctive application. Julia repeats silently. Enhanced, refined, upgraded, improved, optimized, diminished, weakened, reduced, impaired, deteriorated. Now, let's layer advanced expressions of thought and analysis. Instead of always saying think, use reflect, contemplate, consider, deliberate, analyze, evaluate. Instead of understand, try comprehend, grasp, fathom, interpret, internalize. Example, she deliberated on the proposal. Formal, reflective. He grasped the concept quickly. Precise, natural. Listening and mentally repeating these variations fosters automatic use. Julia repeats silently. Reflect, contemplate, consider, deliberate, analyze, evaluate, comprehend, grasp, fathom, interpret, internalize. Finally, practice integrating synonyms for nuanced everyday interactions. Instead of saying, I'm happy with the result, try, I'm delighted with the outcome. I'm thrilled by the achievement. I find the outcome extremely satisfying. I'm overjoyed by the success. Each phrase adds subtle emotional depth, rhythm, and tone. Julia repeats, I'm delighted with the outcome. I'm thrilled by the achievement. I find the outcome extremely satisfying. I'm overjoyed by the success. For expressing dissatisfaction or disappointment, I'm disheartened by the decision. I'm frustrated with the outcome. I find the process unsatisfactory. I'm not pleased with the result. Each conveys different intensity and formality, strengthening expressive flexibility. Julia repeats silently. I'm disheartened by the decision. I'm frustrated with the outcome. I find the process unsatisfactory. I'm not pleased with the result. Advanced fluency is not about memorizing a long list of words. It's about integrating them seamlessly into speech. Contextual exposure, mental rehearsal, visualization, and application create automatic instinctive control over vocabulary, tone, and style. Every synonym, adverb, adjective, and nuanced expression strengthens your intuitive English framework. Julia takes a deep breath. By the end of this session, your listening and speaking instincts have been refined. You can express emotion, judgment, certainty, uncertainty, intention, frequency, and evaluation with subtlety and clarity. Every phrase you repeat and visualize becomes part of your expressive arsenal. This is how advanced English learners move from knowing words to living the language fluently. Julia takes a slow, deliberate step along the garden path. Now, let's focus on the power of synonyms in storytelling and descriptive imagery. Advanced English is not only about precision in conversation, it's about creating vivid mental pictures, evoking emotion, and drawing listeners into your world through words. Subtle word choices can transform ordinary narration into compelling storytelling. Julia nods, ready to absorb every nuance. When describing a setting, instead of simply saying beautiful, use picturesque, charming, enchanting, scenic, idyllic. Example, the village was picturesque, conveys timeless charm. The garden was enchanting, evokes magic and wonder. The coastline was scenic, emphasizes visual beauty. Each synonym shifts emotional tone and invites the listener to visualize the scene more vividly. Julia repeats silently, picturesque, charming, enchanting, scenic, idyllic. For unpleasant or harsh environments, instead of always saying ugly or bad, use unappealing, dreary, harsh, desolate, forbidding. Example, the landscape was desolate, lonely, isolated. The street looked dreary, mundane, dull. The terrain was forbidding, intimidating, dangerous. subtle word choice shapes perception and emotional response. Julia repeats silently, unappealing, dreary, harsh, desolate, forbidding. Now, let's layer action verbs with nuance. Instead of always saying go, try advance, proceed, journey, traverse, wander. Example, they traversed the forest, formal, adventurous. They wandered through the streets, casual, exploratory. They advanced toward their destination, determined, purposeful. Each conveys intent, mood, and energy. Julia repeats, advance, proceed, journey, traverse, wander. For more dynamic movement, instead of run, try sprint, dash, rush, charge, race. Example, he sprinted to catch the bus, urgent, fast. The soldiers charged forward, dramatic, forceful. She dashed across the platform, light, hurried. Each nuance affects how your listener perceives action. Julia repeats silently, sprint, dash, rush, charge, race. For quieter movement, instead of walk, try stroll, saunter, amble, meander, promenade. Example, she strolled through the park, relaxed. He sauntered along the street, confident, unhurried. They meandered by the river, casual, wandering. Julia repeats, stroll, saunter, amble, meander, promenade. Refining expressions of sensory perception. Instead of always saying see, use observe, notice, perceive, behold, glimpse. Example, she observed the details carefully, focused, analytical. He glimpsed the horizon, brief, fleeting. They perceived a subtle change in mood, sensitive, attentive. Julia repeats, observe, notice, perceive, behold, glimpse. For hearing, instead of hear or listen, try eavesdrop, overhear, discern, detect, heed. Example, she discerned a faint whisper, subtle, attentive. He overheard a conversation, unintentional, passive. They heeded the warning, attentive, conscious. Julia repeats silently, eavesdrop, overhear, discern, detect, heed. For taste, instead of simply good or bad, use delectable, savory, appetizing, bland, unpalatable. Example, the dish was delectable, delightful, appealing. The soup tasted bland, neutral, unsatisfying. The meal was unpalatable, strongly negative, emphatic. Julia repeats, delectable, savory, appetizing, bland, unpalatable. For smell, instead of nice or bad, try fragrant, aromatic, pungent, musty, odorous. Example, the garden was fragrant, pleasant, inviting. The cellar smelled musty, unpleasant, stale. Julia repeats, fragrant, aromatic, pungent, musty, odorous. For texture and touch, instead of soft or hard, use smooth, silky, coarse, rough, rigid. Example, the fabric was silky, luxurious, gentle. The surface felt coarse, textured, tangible. Julia repeats silently, smooth, silky, coarse, rough, rigid. Now synonyms for mental and emotional states. Instead of always saying happy, try joyful, elated, jubilant, content, cheerful. Example, she was jubilant after receiving the news, strong, celebratory. He felt content with his progress, calm, reflective. They remained cheerful despite setbacks, positive, resilient. Julia repeats, joyful, elated, jubilant, content, cheerful. For negative emotions, instead of sad, try sorrowful, melancholic, dejected, despondent, heartbroken. Example, he felt melancholic after the loss, subtle, reflective. She was despondent, deep, intense. They appeared heartbroken, dramatic, emotional. Contextual practice helps your brain absorb subtle distinctions naturally. Julia repeats silently, sorrowful, melancholic, dejected, despondent, heartbroken. Julia pauses, gazing at the water. For expressing fear instead of simply saying scared, try anxious, apprehensive, fearful, panicked, petrified. Example, she felt apprehensive before the meeting, mild concern. He was petrified during the storm, extreme terror. Varying intensity ensures nuanced communication. Julia repeats silently, anxious, apprehensive, fearful, panicked, petrified. For expressing surprise or shock, instead of always saying surprised, use amazed, astonished, flabbergasted, startled, thunderstruck. Example, he was flabbergasted by the announcement, dramatic, strong. She was startled by the sudden noises, brief, mild. Listening repeatedly helps internalize emotional weight and context. Julia repeats silently, amazed, astonished, flabbergasted, startled, thunderstruck. Now let's practice a storytelling sequence with these synonyms. Imagine describing a day in your life using variations for emotion, perception, and action. Instead of, I saw a beautiful flower, I was happy. I walked quickly, I was surprised. You could say, I beheld an enchanting flower. I felt elated. I strolled briskly. I was astonished. Notice how the narrative becomes more expressive, vivid, and professional. Julia repeats silently, I beheld an enchanting flower. I felt elated. I strolled briskly. I was astonished. Let's extend this. Instead of I helped my friend, try I assisted my friend. I supported my friend. I aided my friend. I guided my friend. Each variation adds subtlety, politeness, and tone. Julia repeats, I assisted my friend. I supported my friend. I aided my friend. I guided my friend. For conflict or difficulty, instead of I had a problem, use I faced a challenge. I encountered an obstacle. I experienced difficulty. I dealt with adversity. Each phrase communicates seriousness, emotional tone, and nuance. Julia repeats silently, I faced a challenge. I encountered an obstacle. I experienced difficulty. I dealt with adversity. For expressing success or accomplishment, instead of I succeeded, try I achieved my goal. I triumphed. I accomplished the task. I reached my objective. Each choice conveys emotion, professionality, and emphasis. Julia repeats, I achieved my goal. I triumphed. I accomplished the task. I reached my objective. By integrating these words naturally into stories, daily speech, and mental rehearsal, your brain begins forming automatic patterns. You no longer pause to think of the perfect word. You instinctively choose the most precise, expressive, and contextually appropriate term. This is advanced listening and speaking fluency. Julia nods, absorbing the rhythm and flow of synonyms in action. As you continue daily practice, combine exposure to native English in podcasts, movies, conversations, and readings with these synonym exercises. Each repeated phrase, each mental rehearsal, each variation practiced aloud embeds deeper fluency. Your English transforms from functional communication to intuitive, expressive mastery. Synonyms are the key to richness, precision, and natural flow and advanced English. Listening, repeating, visualizing, and applying them daily ensures your mastery continues to grow without effort or pressure. Julia pauses, letting the soft rustling of leaves fill the space. Now let's dive even deeper into the art of mastering synonyms, specifically focusing on verbs of emotion, perception, and thought. These verbs are essential because they allow you to describe not only actions, but also mental and emotional states with nuance and precision. Practicing these makes your English feel alive, expressive, and genuinely human. Julia nods attentively, eager to internalize every subtle difference. Instead of always saying like, try explore, admire, appreciate, enjoy, cherish, adore. Example, I admire her courage, formal, respectful. I appreciate your help, polite, grateful. I cherish these memories, deep, personal. I adore the artwork, passionate, enthusiastic. Each synonym brings unique emotional depth. Julia repeats silently, admire, appreciate, enjoy, cherish, adore. For dislike or disapproval, instead of hate, try detest, loathe, resent, abhor, disdain. Example, I detest dishonesty, strong, moral. She loathes injustice, intense, personal. He resents criticism, emotional, subjective. They abhor cruelty, formal, emphatic. She feels disdain for arrogance, subtle, intellectual. Listening to these distinctions allows your brain to grasp emotional intensity without relying on translation. Julia repeats silently, detest, loathe, resent, abhor, disdain. For thought or opinion, instead of think, try consider, believe, reckon, suppose, assume, deem. Example, I believe in hard work, assertive, confident. I reckon it's going to rain, casual, informal. I suppose it's possible, tentative, reflective. I assume you're correct, logical, formal. I deem this necessary, formal, authoritative. Each synonym adjusts the tone and formality of your statement. Julia repeats silently, believe, reckon, suppose, assume, deem. For understanding or comprehension, instead of understand, try grasp, perceive, fathom, recognize, discern. Example, I grasp the concept, intellectual, clear. He perceived the subtle change, sensitive, observational. She fathomed the depths of his argument, deep, analytical. I recognize the importance, formal, considered. They discern the pattern, observant, methodical. Each variation equips your speech with subtlety. Julia repeats silently. Grasp, perceive, fathom, recognize, discern. For doubt or uncertainty, instead of unsure, use hesitant, indecisive, doubtful, skeptical, ambivalent. Example, I'm hesitant to comment, careful, cautious. She felt indecisive, personal, emotional. He was doubtful about the results, intellectual, analytical. They were skeptical of the claim, critical, measured. I felt ambivalent, neutral, balanced. Repeated exposure trains your mind to convey subtlety. Julia repeats silently, hesitant, indecisive, doubtful, skeptical, ambivalent. For desire or ambition, instead of want, try crave, long for, yearn, aspire, seek. Example, I crave adventure, intense, emotional. She longs for peace, poetic, heartfelt. He yearns for freedom, deep, expressive. They aspire to excellence, formal, goal-oriented. I seek knowledge, intentional, intellectual. Each synonym communicates motivation and depth. Julia repeats silently, crave, long for, yearn, aspire, seek. For giving and receiving, instead of give, explore offer, present, provide, contribute, bestow. Example, I offer my assistance, polite, professional. She presented a gift, formal, ceremonial. They provide resources, functional, practical. He contributes ideas, collaborative, inclusive. She bestowed honors, formal, grand. Each choice conveys tone, intent, and formality. Julia repeats silently. Offer, present, provide, contribute, bestow. For receiving, instead of get or receive, use obtain, acquire, gain, inherit, accept. Example: I obtained the certificate. Formal, achievement-focused. He acquired new skills. Ongoing, developmental. She gained confidence. Personal growth, emotional. They inherited wealth. Factual, formal. I accepted the proposal. Conscious, deliberate. Synonyms create layers of meaning and nuance that elevate your speech. Julia repeats silently. Obtain, acquire, gain, inherit, accept. For communication beyond say or tell, use articulate, express, voice, declare, proclaim. Example: she articulated her opinion clearly, precise, professional. He expressed his feelings, emotional, personal. They voiced concerns, formal, public. The president declared a policy, official, authoritative. She proclaimed her support, dramatic, emphatic. Each synonym adds texture and tone to your speech. Julia repeats silently. Articulate, express, voice, declare, proclaim. For persuasion or argument, instead of convince, try persuade, influence, sway, encourage, motivate. Example: I persuaded him to join. Gentle, logical. She influenced the decision. Strategic, subtle. They swayed the audience. Public, effective. He encouraged participation. Supportive, positive. I motivated the team. Emotional, energetic. Mastering these variations makes your language intentional and compelling. Julia repeats silently. Persuade, influence, sway, encourage, motivate. For appearance, instead of handsome or beautiful, explore striking, elegant, stunning, radiant, exquisite. Example: he looked striking, memorable, eye-catching. She appeared elegant, graceful, refined. The view was stunning, dramatic, impressive. Her smile was radiant, joyful, glowing. The sculpture was exquisite, detailed, sophisticated. Each word adds visual or emotional impact to your description. Julia repeats silently. Striking, elegant, stunning, radiant, exquisite. For negative appearances or impressions, instead of ugly, consider unattractive, unappealing, grotesque, hideous, unsightly. Example: the design was unappealing, subtle critique. The creature looked grotesque, dramatic, vivid. The wall was hideous, strong, emphatic. The room felt unsightly, informal, observational. Julia repeats silently. Unattractive, unappealing, grotesque, hideous, unsightly. For expressing strength, power, or influence, instead of strong, explore robust, formidable, potent, vigorous, mighty. Example: he was robust, healthy, enduring. The army was formidable, imposing, intimidating. The medicine is potent, effective, impactful. She gave a vigorous performance, energetic, forceful. The champion was mighty, dramatic, heroic. Julia repeats silently. Robust, potent, vigorous, mighty. For weakness or vulnerability, instead of weak, try fragile, feeble, delicate, frail, vulnerable. Example: the vase was fragile, physical, delicate. His argument felt feeble, intellectual, critical. She appeared delicate, emotional, gentle. The elder was frail, physical, age-related. He seemed vulnerable, emotional, perceptive. Julia repeats silently. Fragile, feeble, delicate, frail, vulnerable. This is where deep listening, repeated exposure, and active practice converge. By consistently hearing these words in natural speech, repeating them out loud, visualizing them in context, and experimenting in your own language, your English evolves from functional to fluid, expressive, and authentic. Synonyms aren't just alternatives, they're instruments of clarity, beauty, and emotional resonance. Julia nods, letting the words sink in.
Every day, continue this practice. Listen, repeat, observe, speak.
Replace basic words with more expressive synonyms. Gradually, your vocabulary will become second nature. You won't need to pause or translate. You will think, feel, and speak in rich, nuanced English effortlessly. This is the essence of advanced listening and speaking fluency. Now, let's explore the subtleties of adjectives that describe time and pace. Instead of saying fast, use rapid, brisk, swift, accelerated, immediate. Example, a rapid response, urgent, efficient. He walked at a brisk pace, active, energetic. The river flows swift, fluid, descriptive. An accelerated program, formal, structured. Immediate attention is required, urgent, imperative. Julia repeats silently, rapid, brisk, swift, accelerated, immediate. For slower actions or time, instead of slow, try gradual, leisurely, measured, unhurried, deliberate. Example, a gradual change, natural, continuous. We took a leisurely stroll, relaxed, peaceful. Measured steps, careful, precise. He moved in an unhurried manner, calm, composed. A deliberate decision, intentional, thoughtful. Julia repeats silently, gradual, leisurely, measured, unhurried, deliberate. Next, focus on words that describe success, achievement, and progress. Instead of good or great, say excellent, outstanding, remarkable, exceptional, superb. Example, an excellent performance, precise, evaluative. She gave an outstanding speech, formal, impressive. His achievement was remarkable, highlighting uniqueness. An exceptional solution, problem-solving context. A superb outcome, highly complimentary. Julia repeats silently, excellent, outstanding, remarkable, exceptional, superb. Conversely, when something is not satisfactory, instead of bad, consider poor, subpar, inadequate, unsatisfactory, flawed. Example, a poor attempt, objective critique. The work was subpar, slightly formal, mild. Inadequate preparation, specific, technical. Unsatisfactory results, professional, formal. A flawed plan, evaluative, critical. Julia repeats silently, poor, subpar, inadequate, unsatisfactory, flawed. Now, explore verbs that describe action and change. Instead of make, say create, construct, produce, develop, generate. Example, she created a masterpiece, artistic, personal. They constructed a building, literal, practical. He produced results, outcome-focused. The company develops technology, formal, ongoing. We generate energy, technical, factual. Julia repeats silently, create, construct, produce, develop, generate. For endings or completions, instead of finish, try complete, conclude, finalize, wrap up, accomplish. Example, we completed the project, formal, thorough. He concluded the discussion, structured, final. She finalized the report, official, precise. Let's wrap up the meeting, casual, friendly. They accomplished the goal, achievement-focused. Julia repeats silently, complete, conclude, finalize, wrap up, accomplish. Now, expressions of emotion in interpersonal contexts. Instead of happy, try delighted, thrilled, overjoyed, elated, content. Example, I'm delighted to meet you. Formal, courteous. She was thrilled with the results. Energetic, emotional. He felt overjoyed, intense, heartfelt. They were elated by the news. Dramatic, joyful. I'm content with my progress. Calm, reflective. Julia repeats silently. Delighted, thrilled, overjoyed, elated, content. For negative emotions, instead of angry, consider frustrated, irritated, annoyed, enraged, resentful. Example, I'm frustrated with the delay. Moderate, emotional. She felt irritated. Mild, immediate. He seemed annoyed. Surface level, social. They were enraged, strong, intense. I'm resentful, deep, ongoing. Julia repeats silently. Frustrated, irritated, annoyed, enraged, resentful. For understanding and thought, instead of know, try comprehend, grasp, recognize, perceive, internalize. Example, I comprehend the theory, intellectual, formal. She grasps the idea, personal, practical. He recognized the pattern, observational, analytical. They perceive the nuances, sensitive, insightful. I internalized the lesson, reflective, experiential. Julia repeats silently. Comprehend, grasp, recognize, perceive, internalize. For questioning or investigation, instead of ask, try inquire, question, probe, investigate, challenge. Example, I inquired about the process, formal, polite. He questioned the results, critical, analytical. She probed the topic, curious, deep. They investigated the matter, methodical, systematic. I challenged the assumption, assertive, critical. Julia repeats silently. Inquire, question, probe, investigate, challenge. For describing movement, instead of walk, consider stroll, saunter, march, stride, pace. Example, we took a leisurely stroll, casual, relaxed. He sauntered confidently, deliberate, stylish. The soldiers marched, formal, disciplined. She strode into the room, bold, expressive. He paced nervously, emotional, tense. Julia repeats silently. Stroll, saunter, march, stride, pace. For running or faster movement, instead of run, try sprint, dash, race, hurry, rush. Example, he sprinted to catch the bus, urgent, energetic. She dashed across the street, quick, purposeful. They raced to the finish, competitive, dramatic. I need to hurry, casual, practical. He rushed to help, emotional, immediate. Julia repeats silently. Sprint, dash, race, hurry, rush. For thinking deeply, instead of think, try ponder, reflect, contemplate, deliberate, meditate. Example, I pondered the question, intellectual. She reflected on her decision, personal, calm. He contemplated the possibilities, long-term, serious. They deliberated the plan, formal, careful. I meditated on the topic, spiritual, introspective. Julia repeats silently. Ponder, reflect, contemplate, deliberate, meditate. For action in communication, instead of speak, consider articulate, express, convey, declare, state. Example, she articulated her concerns, precise, thoughtful. He expressed his ideas, personal, emotional. They conveyed their intentions, formal, clear. The mayor declared a policy, official, formal. He stated his opinion, neutral, precise. Each synonym provides variation in tone, style, and emphasis. Julia repeats silently. Articulate, express, convey, declare, state. By now you're noticing a pattern. Every word you know is not static. It's a gateway to multiple shades of meaning. The more you expose your ear to these subtle differences, the more naturally your brain absorbs them and the more fluid your speech becomes. This is how advanced fluency develops, through listening, repetition, and mental flexibility. Next, let's practice with complete sentences. I'll give you a base sentence and then expand it using synonyms. Your task is to notice tone, intensity, and nuance. First sentence, I am happy. Alternatives, I am delighted. I am thrilled. I am overjoyed. I am content. I am elated. Feel how each sentence changes the emotional color and level of intensity. Delighted, warm, polite. Thrilled, energetic, enthusiastic. Overjoyed, intense, dramatic. Content, calm, reflective. Elated, joyful, elevated. Julia repeats silently. Delighted, thrilled, overjoyed, content, elated. Next sentence about perception. I understand. Alternatives. I grasp the concept. I comprehend the meaning. I recognize the point. I perceive the idea. I internalize the information. Notice the difference in intellectual depth and tone. Grasp, practical, direct. Comprehend, formal, analytical. Recognize, observational, attentive. Perceive, sensitive, nuanced. Internalize, personal, deep. Julia repeats silently. Grasp, comprehend, recognize, perceive, internalize. For action, she solved the problem. Alternatives, she resolved the issue. She addressed the challenge. She overcame the obstacle. She handled the situation. She navigated the difficulty. Each action shapes how the action is perceived. Resolved, formal, clear. Addressed, structured, intentional. Overcame, dramatic, impactful. Handled, practical, calm. Navigated, strategic, skillful. Julia repeats silently. Resolved, addressed, overcame, handled, navigated. Synonyms are not just replacements. They color your speech, control your tone, and convey intention. Every time you practice this, your English becomes richer, more precise, and far more natural. Fluency is built by patterns, repetition, and context, not rote memorization. Now let's talk about expressions of desire and motivation. Instead of always saying want, consider desire, wish, crave, aspire, long for. Examples: I desire a deeper understanding, formal, intellectual. She wishes for peace, gentle, emotional. He craves adventure, intense, personal. They aspire to success, ambitious, forward-looking. I long for connection, poetic, heartfelt. Julia repeats silently. Desire, wish, crave, aspire, long for. For needs, instead of need, try require, depend on, necessitate, demand, rely on. Examples: I require guidance, formal, structured. She depends on support, emotional, relational. The job necessitates experience, professional, precise. They demand attention, strong, assertive. He relies on his instincts, personal, intuitive. Julia repeats silently. Require, depend on, necessitate, demand, rely on. Next, words for knowledge and learning. Instead of learn, try study, absorb, grasp, master, internalize. Examples: I study English, routine, formal. She absorbs new information, intuitive, natural. He grasps complex concepts, cognitive, precise. They master the skill, advanced, accomplished. I internalize lessons, deep, reflective. Julia repeats silently. Study, absorb, grasp, master, internalize. For teaching, instead of teach, consider instruct, educate, guide, mentor, train. Examples: I instruct my students, direct, formal. She educates the team, broad, professional. He guides learners, gentle, supportive. They mentor young professionals, long-term, relational. We train the staff, practical, skill-focused. Julia repeats silently. Instruct, educate, guide, mentor, train. For communication, instead of say or tell, consider express, articulate, declare, inform, convey. Examples: she expressed her feelings, personal, emotional. He articulated his point, precise, formal. They declared a decision, official, authoritative. I informed the team, neutral, practical. We conveyed our intentions, thoughtful, nuanced. Julia repeats silently. Express, articulate, declare, inform, convey. For questioning, instead of ask, try, inquire, request, interrogate, probe, investigate. Examples: I inquired about the opportunity, polite, formal. She requested information, direct, courteous. He interrogated the data, analytical, detailed. They probed deeper into the issue, curious, investigative. I investigated thoroughly, systematic, comprehensive. Julia repeats silently. Inquire, request, interrogate, probe, investigate. For movement, speed, and rhythm, instead of move, consider proceed, advance, progress, flow, navigate. Examples: we proceed with caution, careful, formal. He advanced to the next stage, intentional, goal-oriented. They progress steadily, continuous, neutral. Ideas flow naturally, smooth, descriptive. She navigates challenges, strategic, skillful. Julia repeats silently. Proceed, advance, progress, flow, navigate. For slower, deliberate actions, instead of wait or pause, try linger, hesitate, delay, contemplate, hold back. Examples: he lingered in the room. Thoughtful, gentle. She hesitated before answering. Cautious, reflective. They delayed their decision. Neutral, procedural. I contemplate my options. Introspective, serious. He held back his response. Controlled, measured. Julia repeats silently. Linger, hesitate, delay, contemplate, hold back. For appearance and qualities, instead of good-looking, consider attractive, charming, appealing, stunning, radiant. Examples: she is attractive, neutral, pleasant. He has a charming smile, personal, engaging. The house is appealing, objective, general. Her performance was stunning, dramatic, impressive. The morning was radiant, emotional, descriptive. Julia repeats silently. Attractive, charming, appealing, stunning, radiant. For intelligence and capability, instead of smart, consider clever, brilliant, sharp, insightful, astute. Examples: he is clever, practical, creative. She is brilliant, exceptional, formal. They are sharp, quick, alert. He is insightful, perceptive, reflective. She is astute, strategic, evaluative. Julia repeats silently. Clever, brilliant, sharp, insightful, astute. Julia's voice softens slightly for describing difficulty. Instead of hard or difficult, consider challenging, demanding, strenuous, complicated, or arduous. Examples: the test was challenging, motivational, neutral. The project was demanding, formal, high expectation. The hike was strenuous, physical, intense. The situation is complicated, neutral, analytical. The journey was arduous, formal, descriptive. Using these alternatives lets your English convey the nature of a task with precision and emotion. Julia repeats silently. Challenging, demanding, strenuous, complicated, arduous. Julia walks to a quiet spot
and gestures to the sky. Now for emotions, let's refine expressions of anger and frustration. Instead of mad, use upset, irritated, annoyed, frustrated, or enraged. Examples: I am upset, mild, personal. She is irritated, immediate, subtle. He is annoyed, social, mild. They are frustrated, emotional, pressured. I am enraged, intense, strong. These variations allow you to communicate exact emotional weight. Julia repeats silently: upset, irritated, annoyed, frustrated, enraged. For fear and anxiety, instead of scared, use afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified, or anxious. Examples: I am afraid, normal, everyday. She is frightened, stronger, immediate. He is terrified, extreme, vivid. They are petrified, intense, paralyzing. I feel anxious, mental, anticipatory. These words help you communicate not only the emotion, but its intensity and impact. Julia repeats silently: afraid, frightened, terrified, petrified, anxious. Now let's practice full sentences that combine synonyms. Base sentence: I am tired. Alternatives: I am exhausted, I'm drained, I feel fatigued, I am worn out, I'm utterly exhausted. Each conveys different intensity and tone. Exhausted, strong, common. Drained, emotional, reflective. Fatigued, formal, clinical. Worn out, casual, personal. Utterly exhausted, dramatic, emphatic. Julia repeats silently: exhausted, drained, fatigued, worn out, utterly exhausted. For success or achievement, she did well. Alternatives: she excelled. She performed admirably. She succeeded brilliantly. She achieved outstanding results. She triumphed. Each synonym adds flavor and degree of praise. Excelled, formal, professional. Performed admirably, polished, measured. Succeeded brilliantly, strong, evaluative. Achieved outstanding results. Objective, high level. Triumphed, dramatic, celebratory. Julia repeats silently: excelled, performed admirably, succeeded brilliantly, achieved outstanding results, triumphed. By now, you see the immense value of synonyms. They aren't just alternative words, they are tools to craft meaning, convey nuance, and express subtle shades of tone and intention. Each word you practice strengthens your ability to adapt in conversation, write effectively, and think in English. The ultimate goal is to let your vocabulary shape your thought process naturally. Now let's explore expressions of agreement and disagreement. Instead of simply saying yes or no, consider for agreement absolutely, certainly, definitely, precisely, or indeed. Absolutely, strong, enthusiastic. Certainly, formal, polite. Definitely, confident, straightforward. Precisely, exact, analytical. Indeed, affirmative, reflective. Julia repeats silently: absolutely, certainly, definitely, precisely, indeed. For disagreement, instead of always saying no, try not exactly, I'm afraid not, that's not quite right, I disagree, or on the contrary. Not exactly, soft, subtle, I'm afraid not, formal, polite, that's not quite right, gentle correction. I disagree, direct, neutral. On the contrary, analytical, persuasive. Julia repeats silently: not exactly, I'm afraid not, that's not quite right, I disagree, on the contrary. Now let's turn to describing frequency and timing. Instead of always saying often, try frequently, regularly, repeatedly, habitually, or consistently. Frequently, general, neutral. Regularly, routine, structured. Repeatedly, emphasizes recurrence. Habitually, patterned, behavioral. Consistently, reliable, measured. Julia repeats silently: frequently, regularly, repeatedly, habitually, consistently. For infrequent events, instead of rarely, consider occasionally, sporadically, seldom, hardly ever, or once in a while. Occasionally, neutral, casual, sporadically, irregular, descriptive, seldom, formal, literary, hardly ever, informal, emphatic, once in a while, friendly, conversational. Julia repeats silently, occasionally, sporadically, seldom, hardly ever, once in a while.
Now, let's focus on quantity and size. Instead of many, you could say numerous, countless, abundant, a plethora, or a multitude. Numerous, formal, general, countless, poetic, emphatic, abundant, positive, descriptive, a plethora, literary, expressive, a multitude, neutral, expansive. Julia repeats silently. Numerous, countless, abundant, a plethora, a multitude. For small amounts, instead of few or little, try several, a handful, a sprinkling, scarce or minimal. Several, neutral, simple, a handful, casual, visual, a sprinkling, poetic, descriptive, scarce, formal, rare, minimal, technical, precise. Julia repeats silently. Several, a handful, a sprinkling, scarce, minimal. Now, words describing intensity and degree. Instead of very, consider extremely, highly, exceedingly, remarkably, or profoundly. Extremely, common, emphatic, highly, evaluative, exceedingly, literary, dramatic, remarkably, positive, appreciative, profoundly, emotional, thoughtful. Julia repeats silently. Extremely, highly, exceedingly, remarkably, profoundly. For moderate intensity, instead of quite or fairly, try moderately, somewhat, reasonably, adequately, or tolerably. Moderately, neutral, balanced, somewhat, mild, casual, reasonably, rational, objective, adequately, functional, sufficient, tolerably, old-fashioned, expressive. Julia repeats silently. Moderately, somewhat, reasonably, adequately, tolerably. Now, let's talk about expressing certainty and doubt. Instead of sure, try certain, confident, convinced, positive, or assured. Certain, formal, definitive, confident, personal, strong, convinced, persuasive, reflective, positive, informal, clear, assured, formal, elegant. For doubt, instead of unsure, consider uncertain, hesitant, doubtful, skeptical, or indecisive. Uncertain, neutral, formal, hesitant, personal, cautious, doubtful, analytical, reflective, skeptical, critical, questioning, indecisive, personal, mild. Julia repeats silently. Certain, confident, convinced, positive, assured, uncertain, hesitant, doubtful, skeptical, indecisive. Finally, descriptive words for experiences and sensations. Instead of good, consider delightful, enjoyable, pleasant, satisfying, or wonderful. Delightful, polite, charming, enjoyable, neutral, casual, pleasant, gentle, conventional, satisfying, reflective, fulfilling, wonderful, emphatic, expressive. For negative experiences, instead of bad, use unpleasant, disappointing, dreadful, miserable, or regrettable. Unpleasant, neutral, descriptive, disappointing, evaluative, reflective, dreadful, dramatic, literary, miserable, emotional, intense, regrettable, formal, reflective. Julia repeats silently. Delightful, enjoyable, pleasant, satisfying, wonderful, unpleasant, disappointing, dreadful, miserable, regrettable. Now for relationships and connections. Instead of friend, try companion, ally, confidant, partner, or associate. Companion, close, friendly, supportive. Ally, strategic, confident, trusting. Confidant, personal. Partner, collaborative, professional. Associate, formal, neutral. For negative or distant relationships, instead of enemy or opponent, consider adversary, rival, challenger, antagonist, or competitor. Adversary, formal, strategic; rival, competitive, personal; challenger, active, assertive; antagonist, dramatic, literary; competitor, neutral, professional. Julia repeats silently: companion, ally, confidant, partner, associate, adversary, rival, challenger, antagonist, competitor. Julia walks slowly along the path. Julia's voice is gentle for describing change and transformation. Instead of change, try evolve, adapt, shift, transform, or modify. Evolve, gradual, natural; adapt, practical, flexible; shift, directional, subtle; transform, dramatic, complete; modify, technical, specific. For consistency or stability, instead of remain, consider persist, endure, sustain, continue, or uphold. Persist, focused, determined; endure, resilient, long-term; sustain, neutral, careful; continue, routine, simple; uphold, formal, principled. These alternatives give your English precision in expressing dynamics, growth, and stability. Julia repeats silently: evolve, adapt, shift, transform, modify; persist, endure, sustain, continue, uphold. Julia pauses, letting the sounds of life in the park fill the air. Let's finish today's session by exploring words that convey thought, reflection, and understanding. Instead of always saying think, try ponder, reflect, consider, deliberate, or meditate. Ponder, deep, intellectual; reflect, personal, evaluative; consider, neutral, formal; deliberate, methodical, structured; meditate, quiet, introspective. For understanding or comprehension, instead of understand, use grasp, comprehend, appreciate, discern, or perceive. Grasp, practical, cognitive; comprehend, formal, precise; appreciate, emotional, nuanced; discern, analytical, selective; perceive, observational, reflective. These alternatives deepen how you express thought and awareness, allowing your English to sound intelligent and layered. Julia smiles warmly, voice calm and encouraging. By practicing these synonyms daily, noticing their shades of meaning, and allowing them to flow naturally in your speech, you're building a rich, flexible, and authentic English. You're not just memorizing words, you're shaping your ability to think, feel, and express yourself with precision and style. Your vocabulary is no longer a list, it's a palette, a toolkit, a living part of your fluency. Julia takes a moment, letting the soft hum of the park settle between her and the listener. Now that we've explored a vast array of synonyms, let's move into how to integrate them naturally into conversation. It's one thing to know a word exists, another entirely to use it fluently. Imagine each synonym as a brushstroke in a painting. Alone, it's meaningful, but together they create depth, perspective, and vibrancy. Julia continues. Let's start with daily conversations. Instead of greeting someone with a simple hello or hi, try alternatives that adjust tone, mood, or formality. Greetings, salutations, howdy, good day, or hey there. Greetings, formal, polite; salutations, literary, reflective; howdy, friendly, casual; good day, formal, traditional; hey there, informal, approachable. Even in casual conversation, these small variations convey personality and awareness. They show your listener that your English is alive and intentional. Julia repeats silently. Greetings, salutations, howdy, good day, hey there. Now consider responses to greetings. Instead of always saying I'm fine or good, try I'm doing well, I'm feeling great, I'm fantastic, I'm splendid, or I'm okay. Doing well, neutral, polite, feeling great, positive, enthusiastic, fantastic, strong, excited, splendid, literary, expressive, okay, neutral, modest. By varying your responses, you avoid repetition and sound more engaged, human, and thoughtful in dialogue. Julia repeats silently. I'm doing well, I'm feeling great, I'm fantastic, I'm splendid, I'm okay. Let's move into expressions of gratitude. Instead of always saying thank you, consider I appreciate it, much obliged, many thanks, thanks a lot, or I'm grateful. I appreciate it, formal, sincere, much obliged, polite, slightly old-fashioned, many thanks, warm, casual, thanks a lot, friendly, emphatic, I'm grateful, thoughtful, reflective. These alternatives convey varying levels of emotion, formality, and context. The richer your repertoire, the more nuanced your interpersonal communication becomes. Julia repeats silently. I appreciate it, much obliged, many thanks, thanks a lot, I'm grateful. For responses to thanks, instead of always saying you're welcome, try my pleasure, no problem, anytime, glad to help, or it's nothing. My pleasure, formal, elegant, no problem, informal, neutral, anytime, friendly, approachable, glad to help, supportive, warm, it's nothing, humble, casual. By varying both your expressions of gratitude and your responses, you create dialogue that feels alive, thoughtful, and natural. Julia repeats silently, my pleasure, no problem, anytime, glad to help, it's nothing. Now, let's examine ways to express opinions and agreement in conversation. Instead of always saying, I think, consider, I believe, in my view, it seems to me, I'm convinced, or from my perspective. I believe, neutral, confident, in my view, reflective, formal, it seems to me, tentative, thoughtful, I'm convinced, assertive, decisive, from my perspective, analytical, polite. Julia repeats silently, I believe, in my view, it seems to me, I'm convinced, from my perspective. For agreeing with someone, instead of simply saying yes or I agree, try absolutely, exactly, certainly, that's correct, or I couldn't agree more. Absolutely, strong, enthusiastic, exactly, confirming, precise, certainly, formal, polite, that's correct, neutral, factual, I couldn't agree more, emphatic, expressive. Using these variations allows you to fine-tune your conversational tone and show active listening. Julia repeats silently, absolutely, exactly, certainly, that's correct, I couldn't agree more. For disagreement, instead of bluntly saying no or I don't agree, try I'm not sure about that, I see it differently. That might not be accurate. I would challenge that, or I beg to differ. I'm not sure about that, soft, diplomatic. I see it differently, polite, reflective. That might not be accurate, formal, careful. I would challenge that, analytical, assertive. I beg to differ, traditional, polite, expressive. These options allow you to communicate disagreement respectfully and thoughtfully, showing maturity in your English. Julia repeats silently, I'm not sure about that. I see it differently. That might not be accurate. I would challenge that. I beg to differ. Now, let's explore ways to express questions in conversation. Instead of always using what, when, or how, expand your vocabulary with could you clarify? Would you explain? May I ask? Can you elaborate? Or what's your take? Could you clarify? Polite, formal. Would you explain? Neutral, polite. May I ask? Formal, respectful. Can you elaborate? Encouraging, thoughtful. What's your take? Casual, conversational. These alternatives give your questions subtlety and sophistication, demonstrating active listening and engagement. Julia repeats silently. Could you clarify? Would you explain? May I ask? Can you elaborate? What's your take? For expressing uncertainty or doubt, instead of always saying, I don't know, or maybe, try, I'm not certain, it's unclear, I have my doubts, I'm unsure, or that remains to be seen. I'm not certain, neutral, formal, it's unclear, analytical, objective, I have my doubts, emotional, cautious, I'm unsure, simple, reflective, that remains to be seen, thoughtful, anticipatory. These alternatives allow your English to express hesitation, contemplation, or careful thought. Julia repeats silently, I'm not certain, it's unclear, I have my doubts, I'm unsure, that remains to be seen. Now, let's move into describing actions and events with more nuance. Instead of do, you could say perform, execute, accomplish, undertake, or carry out. Perform, formal, active, execute, precise, controlled, accomplish, achievement-oriented, positive, undertake, responsible, task-oriented, carry out, neutral, practical. Each synonym allows you to highlight intention, skill, or effort in your description. Using varied verbs elevates your English beyond basic conversation. Julia repeats silently, perform, execute, accomplish, undertake, carry out. For observing or noticing, instead of always using see or look, try perceive, observe, detect, witness, or discern. Perceive, formal, reflective, observe, methodical, attentive, detect, analytical, precise, witness, experiential, literary, discern, thoughtful, careful. These alternatives allow you to describe not just vision, but insight, awareness, and understanding, giving your English subtlety and depth. Julia repeats silently, perceive, observe, detect, witness, discern. For listening or hearing, instead of hear, consider listen, attend, note, catch, or overhear. Listen, focused, attentive, attend, formal, conscious, note, observational, reflective, catch, casual, informal, overhear, accidental, narrative. Each word conveys intention, attention, and context differently, allowing your speech to capture the precise nuance of auditory experience. Julia repeats silently, listen, attend, note, catch, overhear. For moving or going, instead of go, try proceed, advance, head, depart, or journey. Proceed, formal, orderly, advance, purposeful, strong, head, casual, directional, depart, formal, narrative, journey, literary, reflective. Selecting the right synonym shapes the tone of your narrative, whether casual, formal, or descriptive. Julia repeats silently, proceed, advance, head, depart, journey. For beginning or starting, instead of start, consider initiate, commence, launch, undertake, or set in motion. Initiate, formal, procedural, commence, literary, elegant, launch, energetic, public, undertake, responsible, task-oriented, set in motion, descriptive, narrative. These variations allow your English to convey precision and intent, making ordinary sentences sound thoughtful and deliberate. Julia repeats silently, initiate, commence, launch, undertake, set in motion. Remember, every synonym we explore is more than a word. It's a subtle tool to shape perception, tone, and emotional resonance. Mastery comes not from memorizing definitions, but from hearing, feeling, and using words in context until they become part of your natural expression. Your brain creates pathways, your fluency expands, your English becomes alive. Now that we've covered a wide spectrum of synonyms for greetings, actions, and perception, it's time to focus on emotions and attitudes, words that make your English expressive, relatable, and powerful. Think of emotions as the color palette of your language. Synonyms give you subtle shades to paint your feelings precisely. Julia nods silently, eager to absorb the nuances. Let's begin with happiness and joy. Instead of saying happy all the time, explore delighted, thrilled, overjoyed, content, elated, or jubilant. Delighted, polite, warm. Thrilled, excited, energetic. Overjoyed, intense, exuberant. Content, calm, satisfied. Elated, uplifted, euphoric. Jubilant, celebratory, dramatic. By varying these words, you don't just describe your mood, you evoke it in your listener, helping them feel what you feel. Julia repeats silently, delighted, thrilled, overjoyed, content, elated, jubilant. For sadness or negative feelings, replace sad with unhappy, downcast, melancholy, despondent, miserable, or heartbroken. Unhappy, neutral, simple. Downcast, emotional, visual. Melancholy, literary, reflective. Despondent, serious, deep. Miserable, intense, heavy. Heartbroken, personal, emotional. Each word adds depth to your expression, making your English emotionally resonant rather than flat or repetitive. Julia repeats silently, unhappy, downcast, melancholy, despondent, miserable, heartbroken. For surprise, instead of always saying surprised, try astonished, amazed, startled, stunned, flabbergasted, or dumbfounded. Astonished, formal, elegant. Amazed, positive. Startled, sudden, reactive. Stunned, emotional, reflective. Flabbergasted, informal, humorous. Dumbfounded, dramatic, expressive. These alternatives convey intensity, humor, or literary flair, depending on context. Julia repeats silently, astonished, amazed, startled, stunned, flabbergasted, dumbfounded. For fear or worry, expand beyond scared with anxious, concerned, uneasy, frightened, apprehensive, or terrified. Anxious, nervous, emotional. Concerned, thoughtful, serious. Uneasy, subtle, introspective. Frightened, direct, strong. Apprehensive, reflective, cautious. Terrified, extreme, intense. These options communicate subtle emotional differences, making your English more precise and natural. Julia repeats silently, anxious, concerned, uneasy, frightened, apprehensive, terrified. For anger or frustration, instead of only angry, consider irritated, annoyed, exasperated, outraged, infuriated, or livid. Irritated, slight, everyday. Annoyed, mild, casual. Exasperated, strong, expressive. Outraged, moral or ethical intensity. Infuriated, high intensity, emotional. Livid, extreme, vivid. Each word allows your English to communicate strength, context, and social nuance. Julia repeats silently, irritated, annoyed, exasperated, outraged, infuriated, livid. For calmness and peace, instead of calm, try serene, tranquil, composed, relaxed, peaceful, or collected. Serene, literary, reflective. Tranquil, formal, poetic. Composed, controlled, self-assured. Relaxed, casual, friendly. Peaceful, gentle, descriptive. Collected, mental, focused, stable. These words convey emotional steadiness with precision, showing awareness and control in conversation. Julia repeats silently, serene, tranquil, composed, relaxed, peaceful, collected. For energy and motivation, instead of always saying excited, consider enthusiastic, eager, motivated, inspired, exhilarated, or passionate. Enthusiastic, positive, neutral. Eager, anticipatory, friendly. Motivated, determined, goal-oriented. Inspired, creative, reflective. Exhilarated, high energy, emotional. Passionate, intense, personal. Julia repeats silently, enthusiastic, eager, motivated, inspired, exhilarated, passionate. For disappointment, instead of just disappointed, try let down, dissatisfied, disheartened, frustrated, regretful, or unhappy. Let down, casual, relational. Dissatisfied, formal, evaluative. Disheartened, emotional, reflective. Frustrated, action-oriented, emotional. Regretful, reflective, personal. Unhappy, simple, neutral. Julia repeats silently, let down, dissatisfied, disheartened, frustrated, regretful, unhappy. For approval and agreement, instead of good or nice, you could say excellent, outstanding, superb, remarkable, wonderful, or exceptional. Excellent, formal, confident. Outstanding, strong, public praise. Superb, elegant, literary. Remarkable, observational, reflective. Wonderful, warm, friendly. Exceptional, distinctive, professional. Julia repeats silently. Excellent, outstanding, superb, remarkable, wonderful, exceptional. For disapproval or critique, instead of bad, consider poor, substandard, inadequate, disappointing, unsatisfactory, flawed. Poor, simple, neutral. Substandard, formal, evaluative. Inadequate, analytical, descriptive. Disappointing, emotional, reflective. Unsatisfactory, formal, corrective. Flawed, critical, nuanced. Each word communicates strength, context, and social nuance. Julia repeats silently, poor, substandard, inadequate, disappointing, unsatisfactory, flawed. For probability and certainty, instead of always maybe, consider possibly, perhaps, conceivably, likely, probably, or uncertain. Possibly, neutral, tentative. Perhaps, formal, reflective. Conceivably, analytical, speculative. Likely, probable, confident. Probably, informal, normal. Uncertain, reflective, cautious. Julia repeats silently, possibly, perhaps, conceivably, likely, probably, uncertain. Julia nods and gestures toward a quiet bench. For expressing probability with certainty, instead of just definitely, consider certainly, undoubtedly, absolutely, unquestionably, assuredly, or without a doubt. Certainly, formal, polite. Undoubtedly, strong, assertive. Absolutely, emphatic, confident. Unquestionably, literary, definitive. Assuredly, formal, declarative. Without a doubt, casual, conversational. Using these alternatives allows you to reinforce your points with precision and stylistic flair. Julia repeats silently, certainly, undoubtedly, absolutely, unquestionably, assuredly, without a doubt. For expressing intention and future actions, instead of always saying will or going to, try plan to, intend to, aim to, aspire to, expect to, or hope to. Plan to, structured, deliberate. Intend to, formal, reflective. Aim to, goal-oriented, direct. Aspire to, ambitious, literary. Expect to, predictive, neutral. Hope to, optimistic, thoughtful. These alternatives give your English subtlety in expressing intent, making your statements more precise and natural. Julia repeats silently, plan to, intend to, aim to, aspire to, expect to, hope to. Finally, for closing conversations or finishing statements gracefully, instead of always saying goodbye or see you, consider take care, farewell, until next time, catch you later, best regards, or talk soon. Take care, friendly, caring. Farewell, formal, literary. Until next time, polite, anticipatory. Catch you later, casual, approachable. Best regards, professional, written. Talk soon, friendly, conversational. These options give your English flexibility and style, even in parting words. Julia repeats silently, take care, farewell, until next time, catch you later, best regards, talk soon. This is where the magic of synonyms comes alive. Each word is a key to nuance, tone, emotion, and style. You're not just memorizing definitions, you're learning to sculpt language, to express your mind with subtlety, and to sound like a thoughtful, advanced speaker. When you listen, repeat, and immerse yourself, these words stop being foreign. They become instinctive, natural tools. Now we move to the crucial element that separates intermediate learners from advanced speakers, connecting words and phrases naturally. Vocabulary alone is not enough. You need transition words, connectors, and phrases that make your speech smooth, logical, and elegant. For addition instead of and, try moreover, furthermore, in addition, besides, as well as, or coupled with. Moreover, formal, persuasive. Furthermore, strong, authoritative. In addition, neutral, precise. Besides, casual, friendly. As well as, elegant, connective. Coupled with, literary, descriptive. Julia repeats silently, moreover, furthermore, in addition, besides, as well as, coupled with. For contrast, instead of but, try however, nevertheless, on the other hand, yet, in contrast, or whereas. However, formal, assertive. Nevertheless, strong, reconciliatory. On the other hand, neutral, analytical. Yet, concise, literary. In contrast, objective, comparative. Whereas, structured, formal. Julia repeats silently, however, nevertheless, on the other hand, yet, in contrast, whereas. For cause and effect, instead of so, consider therefore, as a result, consequently, thus, hence, or accordingly. Therefore, formal, logical. As a result, clear, narrative. Consequently, professional, analytical. Thus, literary, concise. Hence, formal, reflective. Accordingly, procedural, precise. Julia repeats silently, therefore, as a result, consequently, thus, hence, accordingly. For time and sequence, instead of then or next, try afterward, subsequently, following that, later on, in the meantime, or eventually. Afterward, neutral, narrative. Subsequently, formal, literary. Following that, descriptive, clear. Later on, casual, conversational. In the meantime, temporal, flexible. Eventually, conclusive, reflective. Julia repeats silently, afterward, subsequently, following that, later on, in the meantime, eventually. For emphasis, instead of very, try extremely, highly, remarkably, exceptionally, extraordinarily, or intensely. Extremely, neutral, emphatic. Highly, formal, strong. Remarkably, observational, positive. Exceptionally, evaluative, sophisticated. Extraordinarily, literary, dramatic. Intensely, emotional, descriptive. Julia repeats silently, extremely, highly, remarkably, exceptionally, extraordinarily, intensely. For probability, instead of probably, try likely, presumably, apparently, evidently, in all likelihood, or seemingly. Likely, predictive, neutral. Presumably, assumptive, reflective. Apparently, observational, casual. Evidently, formal, analytical. In all likelihood, detailed, descriptive. Seemingly, interpretive, thoughtful. Julia repeats silently, likely, presumably, apparently, evidently, in all likelihood, seemingly. For certainty and opinion, instead of I think, try I believe. In my opinion, I am convinced. It seems to me, I would argue, from my perspective, I believe. I believe, neutral, assertive. In my opinion, formal, reflective. I am convinced, strong, confident. It seems to me, tentative, thoughtful. I would argue, analytical, persuasive. From my perspective, I believe. Julia repeats silently, I believe, in my opinion, I am convinced, it seems to me, I would argue, from my perspective. For a suggestion or recommendation, instead of you should, consider I recommend. It would be wise. Perhaps you might, I advise, you may want to, or consider. I recommend, professional, formal. It would be wise, suggestive, thoughtful. Perhaps you might, polite, gentle. I advise, directive, confident. You may want to, friendly, approachable. Consider, neutral, reflective. Julia repeats silently, I recommend, it would be wise. Perhaps you might, I advise, you may want to, consider. For possibility and doubt, instead of maybe, try it is possible, perhaps, conceivably, could be, might be, or potentially. It is possible, neutral, analytical. Perhaps, formal, reflective. Conceivably, literary, speculative. Could be, casual, neutral. Might be, tentative, conversational. Potentially, formal, predictive. Julia repeats silently, it is possible, perhaps, conceivably, could be, might be, potentially. For comparison, instead of better, try superior, preferable, more effective, more suitable, advantageous, or higher quality. Superior, formal, evaluative. Preferable, neutral, comparative. More effective, practical, precise. More suitable, contextual, evaluative. Advantageous, formal, analytical. Higher quality, descriptive, objective. Julia repeats silently, superior, preferable, more effective, more suitable, advantageous, higher quality. For inferiority, instead of worse, consider inferior, less effective, inadequate, subpar, unsatisfactory, disappointing. Inferior, formal, evaluative, less effective, practical, comparative, inadequate, analytical, critical, subpar, informal, evaluative, unsatisfactory, neutral, corrective, disappointing, emotional, reflective. Julia repeats silently, inferior, less effective, inadequate, subpar, unsatisfactory, disappointing. Julia takes a deep breath, the afternoon sunlight softening around her. For expressing ability, instead of always saying can or able, try capable, competent, proficient, skilled, adept, or qualified. Capable, neutral, descriptive. Competent, formal, evaluative. Proficient, professional, skillful. Skilled, practical, straightforward. Adept, literary, elegant. Qualified, official, measured. By choosing these words, you convey expertise, subtlety, and nuance instead of relying on repetitive expressions. Julia repeats silently, capable, competent, proficient, skilled, adept, qualified. For expressing impossibility or inability, instead of always saying cannot, consider incapable, unable, unfit, powerless, insufficient, or incompetent. Incapable, neutral, descriptive. Unable, simple, common. Unfit, evaluative, formal. Powerless, emotional, dramatic. Insufficient, analytical, precise. Incompetent, critical, evaluative. These alternatives give your English more expressive precision and depth. Julia repeats silently, incapable, unable, unfit, powerless, insufficient, incompetent. She stops at a bench, voice calm and deliberate. We've just explored a vast landscape of connectors, probability expressions, opinion phrases, and evaluative synonyms. This is where your English transitions from functional to advanced. By listening, repeating, and absorbing these nuances, you're training your brain to recognize subtle differences in tone, intensity, and appropriateness. Your English becomes flexible, adaptive, and elegant. Julia nods, taking in the full breadth of the lesson. Feeling a deep sense of awareness and engagement, she leans back on the bench, letting the gentle hum of the park fill the space around her. Now that we've covered a vast spectrum of synonyms, connectors, and nuanced phrases, it's time to integrate everything into a lifelong habit. Remember, mastering English is not about memorizing lists or repeating phrases mechanically. It's about building intuition, rhythm, and style. Every word, every variation, every subtle shift you've learned today is a tool ready to be used in real-life conversation, reading, writing, and thinking. Let's revisit one key principle. Active listening is your foundation. The more your ears are exposed to natural English, the more your brain automatically absorbs patterns, tone, and context. Think of this as planting seeds. Each synonym, each phrase, each variation you hear is a seed that will grow into instinctive knowledge. You don't force it, you nurture it by listening, repeating mentally, and eventually speaking. That's the power of immersion. Julia gestures toward a small notebook in her bag. I suggest a daily practice. Pick one sentence or phrase you use frequently, then rewrite it with multiple synonyms. Say it aloud, record yourself, or repeat it mentally. For example, I'm happy, I'm delighted, I'm thrilled, I'm overjoyed, I'm pleased. Notice how the emotional tone shifts slightly each time. That's exactly what advanced speakers do. They control nuance. You will develop not just vocabulary, but the ability to choose words with precision, elegance, and purpose. Next, pair your vocabulary practice with listening. Find English podcasts, news segments, interviews, or conversations. Pay attention not only to the words, but how they're used in context. Listen for synonyms, transitional phrases, expressions of emotion, opinion, probability, and evaluation. Over time, your brain will automatically categorize these words and phrases. When you speak or write, your brain will naturally select the perfect expression. This is how fluency transforms from conscious effort to effortless skill. Finally, practice speaking. Use these words aloud, in conversation, or even while thinking. Don't be afraid to experiment with tone, intensity, and subtlety. English is flexible, expressive, and layered. Every synonym you use adds texture. Every phrase enhances clarity. Every subtle adjustment improves natural flow. The more you use it, the more instinctive it becomes. Remember, fluency is built in small, consistent actions. It's built when you choose to listen, repeat, and use. It's built when you notice subtle differences in meaning, tone, and formality. Every time you choose delighted over happy or concerned over worried, you are practicing advanced English. Each choice strengthens your vocabulary, sharpens your intuition, and builds a confident, expressive voice. English is not a collection of words, it's a living system. Each word connects to a network of meanings, emotions, and contexts. Synonyms are the highways between ideas. They let you travel with nuance, sophistication, and clarity. Your goal is not to use every word you've learned, but to have them ready when the right moment arises. Fluency is about flexibility, not volume. As we conclude this immersive session, take a moment to feel the progress you've made. You've not just listened, you've absorbed layers of meaning, tone, and expression. You've explored subtle differences that elevate your English from ordinary to advanced. This is how you develop natural fluency, repeated exposure, conscious reflection, and consistent use. Here are 3 simple habits that will transform your English over time. 1. Daily listening. Engage with English content every day. Let your ears bathe in natural language. Notice synonyms, connectors, and expressions in context. 2. Daily variation practice. Choose one sentence or phrase daily. Rewrite it with synonyms and express it aloud. Explore tone, intensity, and subtle differences. 3. Daily active speaking. Speak aloud as often as possible. Use new words, substitute synonyms, and challenge yourself to sound natural and expressive. Record yourself. Practice with friends, or even speak to yourself. Every effort builds instinctive fluency. The moment you commit to these small, consistent practices, your English begins to evolve. Your voice becomes richer, your choices sharper, your expression more powerful. You stop thinking in translations and start thinking in English. This is the transformation every learner seeks. And so our session comes to an end. But remember, this is not the end of your learning. It's the beginning of a lifelong practice. Every day, every conversation, every podcast, every book, every sentence you craft, you reinforce the habits we explored today. Your vocabulary is no longer a static list. It's alive. It's yours to use, mold, and refine. Thank you for joining this immersive session with English Without Limit. I hope you leave today feeling empowered, inspired, and ready to elevate your English. Remember, fluency is built through listening, variation, and confident expression. Practice daily and watch your English flourish. Every choice you make brings you closer to the natural, expressive, advanced English you deserve. Keep listening, keep speaking. Every word, every synonym, every subtle shift matters. This is the key to unlocking advanced English. Continue exploring, questioning, and expressing. Your English is not just learned, it is lived.